Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen,
They found a way to kill me. Eyes burn, stinging sweat. Seems every path leads me to nowhere. Mm. Wife and kids and household pet. Army green was no safe bet. The bullets scream to me from somewhere. Here they come to snuff the rooster.
ladies and gentlemen, Simon Feck here, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we had some trouble today, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. We had some trouble. We had Fight Night Frankie after us today, ladies and gentlemen.
You know he ain't gonna die.
You know, when Fight Night Frankie's after you, ladies and gentlemen, it's a scary day, ladies and gentlemen. Fight Night Frankie. Hey, Feck, man, I love you, man. I love you, Feck. I said one joke in 2 years in his chat today, and he said he didn't want to smoke, ladies and gentlemen. Fight Night Frankie basically told me to go beat feet. And I said, I don't have feet, ladies and gentlemen. Fight Night Frankie's giving me a hard time, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe because I talked about his friend Bodak, ladies and gentlemen. It's crazy, ladies and gentlemen. We got Hank in here, ladies and gentlemen. Hank's changing the ladies and gentlemen to ladies and germs, ladies and gentlemen. We got Tommy Tubile in here, ladies and gentlemen. Little Trouble and Big MMA YouTube. That's right. I don't know how I'm going to deal with Fight Night Frankie, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like I'm the clown, ladies and gentlemen. Getting in big beef with Fight Night Frankie. It's crazy, ladies and gentlemen. Bam, ladies and gentlemen. Hank's trying to change it to ladies and germs, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, we got a big show today, ladies and gentlemen. Big show today, ladies and gentlemen. Doing the chat. Ladies and germs, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and germs meets ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we just... Oh! I thought we broke the light, ladies and gentlemen. The other one lasted like a year and a half, ladies and gentlemen. Big show today, I'm telling you that. You need to stick around because Simon Feck is unhinged, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you that. I'm pissed. People saying they can't take Simon Feck serious, or they're taking me serious when I'm not serious, ladies and gentlemen. The Rooster, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. Hank knows music from 1749, ladies and gentlemen, all the way up to the 2040s, ladies and gentlemen. Hank's a music buff, ladies and gentlemen. What the feck? That's right, Brandonic, ladies and gentlemen. The guy that reviewed Odyssey, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it on the cam rap, ladies and gentlemen. Big show today. Nobody's safe, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody's safe. Unhinged. After you hear Fight Night Frankie give you trouble through a stream, and he's in Thailand, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm over here in Croatia, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, he's miles away, and he's through the internet, ladies and gentlemen. But when Fight Night Frankie gives you a hard time, you know, it's that thing. It's the Brits think they've invented everything. They think they're the clown, ladies and gentlemen. The British people think they're the fucking clown, ladies and gentlemen. Inventing everything. I told Fight Night Frankie that MMA is an American sport, ladies and gentlemen. And Fight Night Frankie had to go to Wikipedia right away to prove Simon Feck wrong. He said it was way back in the Greek days, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to me, Fight Night Frankie. It says wrestling and fist fighting. MMA stands for what, ladies and gentlemen? It might be something different over there in Thailand, ladies and gentlemen, after you've stayed up for 48 hours, ladies and gentlemen. Because I don't know how Fight Night Frankie's staying up for 48 hours, but, you know, listen to me. Not too many people like Giuliani Argentini can stay up for 48 hours. And Fight Night Frankie drinks beer, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody stays up for 48 hours drinking beer, ladies and gentlemen. And then Fight Night Frankie hasn't smoked pot in 25 years, ladies and gentlemen. He's smoking pot, and what he's doing is he's flushing all his drugs down the toilet, ladies and gentlemen. And Simon Feck goes in there and says that the Americans invented MMA. Mixed martial arts, ladies and gentlemen. It's not wrestling and fist fighting. And then he said the Brazilians did it from the 1920s, ladies and gentlemen. He's got to pull it up on the internet, ladies and gentlemen. Fun facts, ladies and gentlemen. Mixed martial arts was invented, ladies and gentlemen, in 1985 in the United States, ladies and gentlemen. I hate to tell you, okay? And then Dana White ruined it, ladies and gentlemen. My friend that I always stick up for, ladies and gentlemen. Dana White ruined mixed martial arts, ladies and gentlemen. He didn't like the fact that guys would stand up and bang the whole fight. You gotta get down on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. Now they're complaining about being on the ground. You're awarding people. It's called damage. They're looking for damage. How much damage in any takedown did you see yesterday? Oh, man, those guys are in the hospital. They're going, man, that takedown was really something. Yeah, Stephen Aspen, he put that 500 pounds on me. It really destroyed me. That's why I'm here in the hospital, ladies and gentlemen. Usually damage doesn't come from a takedown. Why are takedowns awarded, ladies and gentlemen? Why are they given... Why are fighters awarded for a takedown, ladies and gentlemen? It's called mixed martial arts. Anything goes, ladies and gentlemen. That was the Brazilians, ladies and gentlemen. And it wasn't mixed martial arts, ladies and gentlemen. It was called Anything Goes. Mixed martial arts is an American sport, ladies and gentlemen. Don't listen to what the Brits say when they're in Thailand, ladies and gentlemen, flushing drugs down the toilet. Fight Night Frankie's flushing drugs down the toilet, ladies and gentlemen. So, hey, Feck, I want to get you on the show. I want to get you on the show, Feck. Feck, I want to get you on the show. Yeah, I'm Little Fight Night Frankie, Feck. I want to get you on the show, Feck. Where's the link? The only person that gets the link is Gio. Fight Night Frankie didn't like that Simon Feck was having a little bit of fun with him. He told me I better stop, ladies and gentlemen. I said one or two things. That's it. But Gio could go in there and give him a hard time, ladies and gentlemen. He's good with Gio, ladies and gentlemen. He won't have Douglas Memo or the Trip guy and Simon Feck on the show. Keeps asking us to be on the show, but we can't be on the show, ladies and gentlemen. Mixed martial arts is a United States sport, ladies and gentlemen. The internet, AI doesn't get everything right, ladies and gentlemen. Look it up. The Greeks or whoever it was, wrestling and fist fighting, they're considering mixed martial arts. I thought China had, I don't know, kung fu or something, right? And Japan had kung fu fighting, ladies and gentlemen. Martial arts is not wrestling. Ask DC, ladies and gentlemen. DC, he's Mr. Wrestler, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, he's a wrestler. He's a wrestler. Wrestling is separate, ladies and gentlemen, from mixed martial arts, ladies and gentlemen. Frankie's jealous that United States, listen to me, Frankie is jealous that United States invented mixed martial arts. No, it's a global sport, ladies and gentlemen. It's a global sport. I don't know how to prove to everybody that it's a mixed martial arts thing. It's either going to be in your head or it's not. When you start, the Greeks and listen to me, the Greeks and the Brazilians, they don't award a takedown, ladies and gentlemen. Back in the 1920s, ladies and gentlemen, they weren't awarding takedowns. That was just part of the business, ladies and gentlemen. Mixed martial arts is takedown awarded sport, ladies and gentlemen. They're looking for damage. You win the fight with damage, but yet you get awarded for a takedown, ladies and gentlemen. How many times, like in a street fight, did you see a guy take a guy down? Unless he's like 400 pounds heavier than the other guy. Like, oh, man, that must have hurt. Yeah. So we got a big show today, man. I'm pissed. Listen, this is the last time. This is the last time I'm doing this, ladies and gentlemen. I got to get a few things out of the way. I'm telling you that right now. And then I'm going to be doing a couple videos. And I'm busy somewhere else and somewhere else and somewhere else. And I just picked something new up today again. Something to do with a rock band today, ladies and gentlemen. He's pissed, ladies and gentlemen, says Hank. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, Clown is no gangster. Such Ulysses wants to play the video of the video that he thinks is Simon Feck, right? And the guy does the, with his voice. Anybody that knows me in my real life know that I don't do that voice. That's a put on voice. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, come on, man. We got plenty to say about useless, too. But listen to me. Clown is banned from skimming through my videos, ladies and gentlemen. The clown is not allowed to skim through Simon Feck's videos anymore. We got word from Kenny Felderbush, ladies and gentlemen, that he's still paying attention to Simon Feck 1 foot cock, ladies and gentlemen. Going over there, creating a whole new environment over there, ladies and gentlemen. There's a parallel world happening right now. And luckily, because of Kenny Felderbush, ladies and gentlemen, there's a parallel world happening on YouTube right now, ladies and gentlemen. The clown is creating characters just like you. Just like you, Hank. There's a new Hank in the new clown show, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Except for the new Hank doesn't have a Vinny. That's right. The new Hank has a guy named Scott, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. And he doesn't eat habaneros, ladies and gentlemen, but he dabs. Okay? And then there's a nemesis over there, but he doesn't give it to it. Like BK did to the clown, ladies and gentlemen. There's a Logan over there in the parallel clown show over there, ladies and gentlemen. There's a Logan over there, except for the new Logan is actually a straight guy, ladies and gentlemen. He's actually straight. Okay? You've heard of the parallel universes, I'm telling you right now. I'm serious. You think I'm kidding. The clown is creating the same thing over again, ladies and gentlemen. He's talking about you guys, and what they did was so you can't search it, right? So you can't search it. They have a list. They have a list, and they've given everybody a new name over there. Okay? Like Hank has a new name. And every time you tell a story about Hank, it's this new name. Every time you tell a story about BK, it's a new name. Because they don't want it searchable, ladies and gentlemen. Because, I mean, they got a couple smart guys over there, right? When you go outside of YouTube, when you go to like Facebook's, Instagram, whatever, and you start typing stuff in, a lot of the stuff comes up. They have changed your name up. When he's telling the stories over there, you're erased. Your name is erased. We got the word from Kenny Felderbush, ladies and gentlemen. But the clown is no gangster, ladies and gentlemen. The clown, gangster, ladies and gentlemen. The clown came back and he's needle pointing, ladies and gentlemen. He's crocheting, ladies and gentlemen. He's trying to keep it clean, ladies and gentlemen. You come back. I mean, that's why the clown is a fraud, ladies and gentlemen. A huge fraud. You come back and you put your boots on and you finish what you started. Gangsters don't go outside of the gangster world. They gangster until they're gone, ladies and gentlemen. The clown is a pussy, ladies and gentlemen. Running, hiding, ladies and gentlemen. The new Hank is a big tough guy, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't get tied up and put in the closet like the whatever that guy was on Hank's show today. Somebody took over Hank's show today, ladies and gentlemen. Tied up Hank, put him in the closet, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, you thought the clown was a big tough guy. The clown ain't nothing. You come back and you face what you started. You continue to do what you do, and you go down fighting. Listen, I asked Cam a long time ago to come on the Simon Feck show. I asked Cam a long time ago. No, Simon, no, I don't think I like, no, Simon, I don't, I don't think I want to come on, Simon. Now that his buddy Clown is gone, ladies and gentlemen, Simon, what's his name? I forget his name, ladies and gentlemen. And wait till you hear what was on the musical stream yesterday about Cam. No, Simon, I don't want to come on your show. So then I had to come up with this fake thing. I started calling Cam Talent, and I thought he would, come over to the Simon Feck show. I was cringing every time I said Cam is talent, but I kept saying Cam is talent. And I thought that would bring Cam over. You know how I got Cam? You know how I got Cam on the other day? And I didn't ask Vinny either. I just made that thumbnail. I put their names on it, and they showed up, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you get people on your show. Bodak's got to go sleepy. Bodak has a new job, and he's starting Wednesday. He says he needs to get sleep, ladies and gentlemen. That's why he wouldn't come on the show tonight, so I switched things around. Thursday night, Bodak is on Simon Feck's thumbnail, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to have it out with Bodak. And if you don't come when I put you on the thumbnail, I'm still going to talk about you anyways, ladies and gentlemen. But that's how I got Cam and Vinny on. I didn't ask them at all. I just made the thumbnail. I did that to Cam one other time too. I put him in the title and said he was doing some kind of contest. And then he came on. The best thing to do to get people on your show is just don't ask them. Yeah. So Cam, listen, Cam gave it, didn't he, ladies and gentlemen? Cam gave it. That was something else, ladies and gentlemen. When Cam left, he came in and Cam killed it on that rap battle, ladies and gentlemen. When listen to me, I got word, right? He went to his grandmother's house to get good internet, ladies and gentlemen. And then he did the rap battle. When he walked into that bedroom, that spare bedroom at his grandmother's house, he just simply walked in. When Cam left that bedroom, his grandmother had to butter the door jambs to get his head to slide through the door, ladies and gentlemen. Cam has a big head, ladies and gentlemen. A huge head, ladies and gentlemen. Anybody, listen, I could rap, ladies and gentlemen. But I just don't want to, ladies and gentlemen. Anybody could rap, ladies and gentlemen. But what they were saying over there on musical, it was mostly this girl that hangs out in the community. She was typing in musicals thing, and he had to respond to it, ladies and gentlemen. And she was going on, I forget her name, right? But she was saying all this stuff, and then musical had to respond to it. All about Cam. It wasn't about Vinny. And she was saying different things, basically. Why did Cam have to use that voice? And why does Cam have to use those words? And then who does he think he is? And all kinds of stuff like that. What really surprised me is Musical said, I really wish Cam wouldn't have sang in an American accent. I wish he would have used his native New Zealand accent, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I couldn't believe that. That was really something to me. I didn't really realize that, like you would consider a native, or maybe it's just the words. I know it's native, right? New Zealand accent, whatever. But I want to ask musical MMA why. Uh oh. Uh oh. I had the sound on. No, I don't, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to ask musical MMA what is so bad about American accent? Because remember, United States invented rap, ladies and gentlemen, just like United States invented MMA, ladies and gentlemen. United States invented winning World War II, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I hear all these Brits and everything saying that they won the war, and the United States just helped out. Oh my God. Oh man. It's crazy, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, and then I'm going to skip this one right here because after I wrote this, there's this one's so long. After I wrote this on the sheet, ladies and gentlemen, I wrote so many other things since then. I wanted to tell you about Idaho, ladies and gentlemen, and how Idaho got in all that trouble saying that that one guy got in trouble and everything. I wanted to go through the whole story and tell you how Idaho got that information, ladies and gentlemen, because it involves me, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? It's like you go and you dig. It's called karma. It's true karma. What happened to Idaho when he was trying to fuck over Simon Feck 1 foot cock, right? Well, he got it right back at him, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to leave that one. We're going to turn the page, ladies and gentlemen. Like Bob Seger would say, ladies and gentlemen. The clown would say that because he's into Bob Seger, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know who Bob Seger is, you're not old, ladies and gentlemen. But anyways, before I get on talking about what I'm getting on to, right? This, listen to me. I'm going to be bitching today, ladies and gentlemen. But the whole theme of the rap battle, it's like a trivia. Does anybody know what the whole theme of the rap battle was, ladies and gentlemen? It was called the MMA rap battle. But there was an underlining theme. Does anybody know what the theme was, ladies and gentlemen? Listen, the underlining theme was, because remember, it's a trivia question, ladies and gentlemen. The underlining theme was Bodak, ladies and gentlemen. The whole thing. That's why I ended with Bodak. Okay? That's why we had glitches. That's why Vinny the Guinea had internet trouble. Vinny the Guinea, we had him go like 5 doors down and ask for the neighbor's password like 5 doors down, ladies and gentlemen, so it would give trouble. I used an old computer to give trouble, to give glitches. The underlining theme was Bodak, ladies and gentlemen, and glitches. The big Mister, I'm gonna make games and everything. I'm the big computer guy, ladies and gentlemen. That whole thing was glitches, ladies and gentlemen. A big Bodak theme. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I got to talk to you about Jimmy the Drunk, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy, I see Hank in there writing in stuff, ladies and gentlemen. I'll get to the chat in a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy, we got to talk about Jimmy the Drunk, ladies and gentlemen. I had a big conversation with Jimmy the Drunk last night, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy the Drunk has an alt, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy the Drunk has an alt. Listen to me, he stumbled upon the alt, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy the drunk, he's a better, right? He likes to bet. Jimmy the drunk bets sober, ladies and gentlemen. He's a sober better, ladies and gentlemen. And then he's so bad at picks, ladies and gentlemen, that it leads him to drinking, ladies and gentlemen, because he just can't stand it, ladies and gentlemen, to relieve the pain of what's to come on his bets, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Jimmy's got an alt, ladies and gentlemen. Sober Jimmy, ladies and gentlemen. He's a fraud, ladies and gentlemen. He was sober for 10 days, ladies and gentlemen. And Sean Strickland, listen to me. I got inside information, right? Sean Strickland and Nina Drama are not a couple, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, they're two people, right? But they're not a couple, right? And Armin Sukian, or whatever the fuck his name is, right? Armin and Nina Drama are a couple, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, they're two people, all right, ladies and gentlemen. But Matua is a couple, ladies and gentlemen. Just had to tell you that, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know who Matua is, good luck, ladies and gentlemen. But Jimmy does gamble sober, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Ronan is the new clown, ladies and gentlemen. Now, to get my Ronan impression in here, ladies and gentlemen, I had to watch Ronan today. Ronan is the new clown, ladies and gentlemen. Bodak on Tuesday nights talks about turbans, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to give you Bodak's rundown of what he does, ladies and gentlemen, because he'll get mad at you if you go in there and you complain about all the politics, especially on Tuesday night, because on Tuesday night he talks about turbans, ladies and gentlemen. But Ronan, like this is Ronan, right? So today, Ronan, I type in there, I don't know who David Panda is, right? But I typed in there because they were talking about people from India, who's on the card from India. So I type in there that David Panda is from India because they were wondering who's from India. And I said, David Panda's from India. And then Ronan goes and he types in. And he says that David Panda is from Germany. Now, Ronan, MMA Ronan, or whatever the fuck his name is, right? Ronan is this big guy that digs up, people's history and makes documentaries about them and talks shit about people, right? He thinks that David Panda is from Germany, ladies and gentlemen. I got the video, I clipped it. His big investigation, ladies and gentlemen, led him to tell the whole audience that David Panda is from Germany. He might be. Whoever David Panda is, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, Ronan must be that good, ladies and gentlemen. We got Brandon Donick pinned on here, ladies and gentlemen. But I tell you what, you look at Ronan. Here's another thing too, right? Simon Feck ain't going nowhere, right? But until I do this outside thing that now today, Bodak's going around saying that he's not copying Simon Feck. Yet, listen to me, yet he does the abrupt ending, and he says that he already went outside with his costume, but it was something, ladies and gentlemen. Huh. But Ronan's videos are not going anywhere, and I'll tell you, he has peaked. Every video that Ronan does, I haven't listened to him in a long time, but if you go in there, every video's the same. Yeah, I know people do the same thumbnails, and Simon Feck can't do some thumbnails and shit. But when you dig into the video and then the video's rolling, it's the same thing every time. It's the same video. He's peaked. I don't know why people don't try new things. I know. Listen to me. I know that YouTube doesn't want you to really try new things, but once in a while you gotta, try something. 2, 3 minutes in the video, try something different. He ain't going nowhere, ladies and gentlemen. Remember when Ronan had the long, scraggly hair, ladies and gentlemen, and he had that scraggly beard that looked like hair on balls, ladies and gentlemen. He had like pubic hair. It wasn't even a beard. It was disgusting. You got to go back and go way back. Look, it's on like one of his top shorts too. It looks like a big ball sack hanging from his chin with hair on it, like clown's hair, like 3, 4 inch hairs on it, ladies and gentlemen, like clown's pubic hair, ladies and gentlemen. I've barely typed in Ronan's thing, and every time I type in Ronan's thing, he's got something bad to say about Simon Feck 1 foot cock. But today he's gonna go ahead and work with Simon Feck and then say, oh, Simon Feck brought up David Panda. Says he's from India. He doesn't want to believe Simon Feck. He's got to go and disprove Simon Feck and say that David Panda is from Germany. You know why? Because Ronan is a dick, ladies and gentlemen. He's a cock. Straight up. I type in there, and you could have said, David Panda isn't a fighter or something like that. Well, David Panda's from India. Ronan. Simon Feck, David Panda is indeed not from India. He's from Germany, ladies and gentlemen. That was the best thing all day, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Big Researcher himself. Gonna prove Simon Feck wrong that David Panda's indeed not from India, he's from Germany. Did I say that enough? Oh my God. But yeah, so like Bodak, right? So it's Tuesday night is his political night and everything like that. So on Thursday night, after his second day on the job, Bodak gets more jobs than, I don't know. I don't know the example there. I guess I've known Bodak maybe like a year and a half, and he's had 28 jobs, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe because he goes in there and he gives them glitches, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man. I'm not right. I said I wasn't going to write this shit down again. I'm not going to write it down again. You know why? Because then I got to read it and try to figure out what I said. Oh, yeah. So then I was explaining about MMA consultant, ladies and gentlemen. Remember my family. Remember Simon Feck's family. Married into, right, the family. It's Filipino, right? And everybody knows that consultant is Filipino, ladies and gentlemen. I tried to hide it and hide it and hide it, ladies and gentlemen. But I couldn't stop him. He was going to come on. He was going to do what he's going to do. MMA consultant is my brother-in-law, ladies and gentlemen. I hate my brother-in-law, ladies and gentlemen. MMA consultant. MMA consultant is my brother-in-law, ladies and gentlemen. Simon Feck wants to get off the internet forever, ladies and gentlemen, and run and hide, ladies and gentlemen. But I guess I got to deal with this consultant character, ladies and gentlemen. Here's an ironic thing, too. I keep talking to you about the same one. It's the Miami one. The big game, big give, the Michael Bay thing during the Super Bowl, right? I mean, that one was legendary, let's say. I mean, they all have famous people, but this one was on Star Island. Star Island is where Diddy owned a house. There was only like 10, 12 houses on this island in Miami. And like his party came over and like crashed the party. I forget all the people, right? Of Jamie Foxx, Jamie Foxx came over, right? But Cuba Gooding was there as a friend. He's a good friend of Michael Bay. But like Jamie Foxx and I don't know, a bunch of these people all came at once. And remember, there's like 12 houses on Star Island. I think it's 2 R's. And it was Michael Bay's party, big game, big give during the Super Bowl. Talk about MMA consultant, right? This idiot's got to come up with this story about a $60 million house, right? You know where he gets that story from? You can look it up. Miami, Super Bowl, Michael Bay, big game, big give, was in a $60 million house. It was up for sale. That's what Michael Bay does. He rents out houses in each town that the Super Bowl's in. And, mainly like houses where there's no furniture in them, right? And big houses, big spreads. That house was a $60 million house. It was for sale for $60 million. That's where MMA consultant got that from, ladies and gentlemen. He's jealous. Everything that I do, everything that Simon Feck does, he can't do. You know? That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, MMA Cam did come on the show and kill it, ladies and gentlemen. Wasn't that great, ladies and gentlemen? But now Cam's got a big head. That's cool. And then there's a girl in the community, right? She goes over there on Musical MMA's channel. She goes over there and he's doing a fight companion yesterday, and she's complaining to Musical that her and Cam started the rap battles. Can you believe? It sounds like the clown. The clown saying he invented everything. Now this girl in the community invented rap battles, ladies and gentlemen, on the internet. You know? She wants to claim it. If you call that a rap battle, what she did on Halloween night, was that a rap battle? It wasn't a rap battle. Her and Cam did something, ladies and gentlemen. It was all one-sided rapping. Okay? There was no rap battle to be had. But yet she goes over to Musical. She's complaining yesterday, saying that Cam was using a black man's voice as Cam is rapping. Oh my God. I mean, does she just make stuff up just to complain about shit? I mean, really. Complaining about Cam using a black man's voice to do his rap battle. Oh my God. I mean, I couldn't believe it. So then Musical had to give her an example, right? He gets out his little tiny guitar. By the way, he went on KSI and killed it again for the second time, ladies and gentlemen. It was a roast of KSI, and Musical came out first on this show and roasted KSI with this little tiny ukulele type guitar. I'm a musician and I play guitar, but I don't know the name of that little guitar. But Musical had to give her an example. Like if he's to sing a Rasta song, he's going to sound Sort of like a Rasta guy would sound. Now, when you're rap battling, I guess you're going to try to sound like Eminem or something else. I don't know too many New Zealanders that are rappers, ladies and gentlemen. As a matter of fact, I don't know any except for MMA Cam, ladies and gentlemen. The guy who had to have the door jams buttered to get outside, ladies and gentlemen. Simon Feck's almost ready for the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? I've never invited Cam or Viddy. You know, I already said all this, right? You know? Last page, ladies and gentlemen. Really pissed, man. What do we got here? The rooster, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody's typing in, ladies and gentlemen. What the fuck, ladies and gentlemen? It's a slow night. I guess I'm going to have to clown it and leave, ladies and gentlemen. I knew tonight wasn't going to be good if I write too many things down, right? Instead of go off the cuff. But you got these English guys, man. If the English guy, why don't you stay on your side of the pond if you guys can't handle it? I guess the only one that can handle it is musical, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah, but they're his friend and everything, right? Giuliani. They could give Giuliani a hard time, right? It's the only one. It's okay that they give Giuliani a hard time, but you can't go on their show and do anything. People all the time. Now, mind you, that Fight Night Frankie wants to be friends and have Simon Feck on his show, supposedly. Feck, I want you on the show. I want you on the show. But as soon as Feck says anything, right? I hardly ever type in there. Maybe that's why he likes me, because I don't type in there. I type in there one or two funny things. I only typed twice today, right? And then the third time I said, I'm sorry. I typed the second thing in before you said anything, that you didn't want any smoke or whatever you say. And he got butthurt on me saying, I'm sorry, I already typed that in. I already typed it in before you said not to say anything else. But the Brits can go around talking bullshit about everybody else, but you can't say one thing about the Brits, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I'm basically sorry that I spent, hours on the Brits show and shit like that, watching their fucking bullshit, I don't know if Fight Night Frankie had a hangover or what, he said he'd been up for 2 days flushing drugs down the toilet, ladies and gentlemen. He thought his heart was going to jump out of his chest, ladies and gentlemen. He thought he was going to die. He was wondering what they were going to tell his kids as he was flushing the drugs down the toilet, ladies and gentlemen. Thinking he was going to die, ladies and gentlemen. And then Simon Feck goes in there and types that MMA is an American sport. That's it. MMA is an American sport. And I got in trouble for that. That was the very first and basically the only thing until he started, going to Wi-Fi, ladies and gentlemen, or internet, searching shit, right? So then I said, oh, he's going to bring facts into it. That's it. And that's a joke, right? That's the two things I said. And he got butthurt and basically told me to get out of his chat. Maybe you shouldn't do drugs in Thailand and have to flush them down the toilet because you think you're going to die. Fucking pussy. Fucking pussy. Don't have a stream. Don't have comments if somebody can't say something a little funny. That was basically nothing. Let me say it again. I go on there and I said MMA is an American sport, and then I said, oh, he's going to bring facts into it because he went and searched it. That was it. Other people go in there and they troll Fight Night Frankie over and over and over again. I think he got word that I said, maybe a couple streams ago, I said, Fight Night Frankie never gives me the link. He's fake. He keeps saying it. And he says the same thing to Douglas, too. Yeah, Douglas, I want you on. Never sends the link. I'm getting a link from Geo next time, ladies and gentlemen. And Fight Night Frankie, you better click the button. Clown can't hide. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Here's another thing. Here's the thing about the clown. Let me tell you about the clown, right? Forget, I got one page left. Forget all that. Let's go to the chat. Simon Feck basically never does the chat. Let's do the chat, right? And basically because nobody's typing in here, so we'll get to the chat. Let's see if Simon Feck can do the chat. Hold on a second, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Here's the thing with the clown, right? The clown is banned from skimming through Simon Feck's videos from here on out, ladies and gentlemen. The clown is not allowed to skim. And when the clown skims, how does he get everything in that noggin of his, ladies and gentlemen? You can't skim. What is his skimming? His skimming is watching the whole thing. When Simon Feck has a 4.5 hour video, right? You've done it before, right? And you try to skim, and it's going 23 minutes at a time, right? I mean, you can't get everything in your head. You can't see everything skimming through. But the clown is banned from skimming through Simon Feck's videos, right? What is the clown doing right now? The clown is over there knowing what it's like to have 5 people in his chat. One is Left Hook Larry. The other one's Drew Ups. The other one's Kenny Felderbush. And the other one is Clown's phone, right? And then he's on his computer, and then one person that might come through. That clown is getting frustrated over there, ladies and gentlemen. That clown is thinking that he built this big community, ladies and gentlemen. And that girl over there, that girl stole his show. The one that Bodak's in love with, ladies and gentlemen. He's thinking he wants all his people that he created back, ladies and gentlemen. You know he's coming back, right? His ego's too big to stay away, ladies and gentlemen. Plus, it's eating him up. He's going to have to sit there and tell Left Hook Larry and Drew Ups and everything like that and ask them why it's not working and why don't people come in and maybe we're not doing the right thing. They're going to explode over there, ladies and gentlemen. They'll be back soon enough, ladies and gentlemen. But the clown is hiding. The clown is no gangster, ladies and gentlemen. Gangsters, gangster. Gangsters don't take up needlepoint, ladies and gentlemen. That's what the clown's doing over there. The clown's over there tiptoeing through the tulips, ladies and gentlemen. The clown's over there. He's romper room, ladies and gentlemen. The clown is Sesame Street over there, ladies and gentlemen. I can't even say he's cartoons because cartoons are more abrasive nowadays than the clown is over there. He's scared, ladies and gentlemen. Kenny Felderbush. Kenny says it's hilarious, ladies and gentlemen. He says it's pathetic. It's crazy. Maybe we'll get to some stuff. And then Hank comes in and says, no, ladies and gentlemen. You know? Listen, Hank, I don't know why Hank said this today, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get the useless, right? Maybe I'll just do a couple of these things here and there. I don't know why Hank said that he got tied up and he's in a closet today, ladies and gentlemen. Something like this guy, Michael Black or Joe Black or John Black or whoever he was portraying to be, ladies and gentlemen, tied up Hank today and put him in the closet. Never to be seen again, and he's never coming out of the closet, ladies and gentlemen. Hank realized what he said, and he was all over that joke, ladies and gentlemen. He said hi to Vinny. I almost got stuck in a parallel world one time. says Tripwire Poke, ladies and gentlemen. They got it over there in the parallel world in the clown show over there, ladies and gentlemen. They have a Trip Pope over there, ladies and gentlemen. Except for their Trip Pope over there types words out, ladies and gentlemen, and spells them in like the English dictionary, like I forget what it's called, the Britannia or whatever the hell it is. Why would the English dictionary be called Britannia, ladies and gentlemen? It's almost like the British invented that too, right? The British invented the language too, something like that, ladies and gentlemen. Simon Feck's having trouble putting the English out there, ladies and gentlemen. Tommy Tuval says, Simon, is it true you can speak Chinese from time to time? Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. It's called dubbing. If you don't know what dubbing is, right? Okay. As a matter of fact, this is a true story. Okay, you gotta go with me here. This is a true story. A couple streams ago, I put about 8 different countries in the description, the names of the countries, and one of them was Japan. Now on my other channel, India is like the 4th one, so it's like United States, England, maybe Canada, Australia, maybe 4 or 5, right? And then India is like the 4th or 5th or 6th biggest one, right? In Simon Feck's thing, the 3rd or 4th or 5th big one is Japan now. We got Japanese people in here. Maybe those are all the lurkers, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe the clown is sending these parallel people that he's replacing you with. Maybe he's sending them over here to watch over here to see what they need to do, ladies and gentlemen. To see what character they need to do, because the clown doesn't have any of his videos. Jimmy the Drunk's got them all, ladies and gentlemen. And watch Clown. Watch Clown Live, ladies and gentlemen. Anakin has all, some more videos, right? And then Hunt has a couple, right? Yeah, I just said it, Watch Clown Live is Anakin, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. So I go on to MMA Fighting on SBN the other day. And then you got this guy named Anakin. Now, Anakin all of a sudden has been everywhere, right? He's got to tell Jeb Meshew that Simon Feck wears a mask and plays with toys. Anakin said that. You got that? Anakin, the guy that whispers, that's Mr. Cuck. That's in love and follows directions from a girl he's never seen before, ladies and gentlemen. Anakin talking about Simon Feck. I said, listen, try to type into Anakin, right? I know these guys personally. Okay? You don't think the Sewer King has figured out who Simon Feck is? The Sewer King, he watches Simon Feck too, right? The Sewer King is not gonna fuck with Simon Feck. You know why? Because I'm gonna fuck with him right back, right? But when he got taken down, I told him about the lawyer that John Bravo, Jon Bravo, has. That would help him out. He took my advice. Now he's Simon Feck's friend. Now I can't talk to him. But he also happens to be Jose Young, which I work alongside with. And Anakin's in there explaining to these people at MMA Fighting on SBN who Simon Feck is. Yet he's the guy going around whispering, licking that girl's balls, ladies and gentlemen. Cucking. All right, so Anakin, right, at the end of the clown show, right? Well, since Clown's on the title here, we might as well talk about him, right? At the end of the clown thing, right? So you got Clown on YouTube before he went to Kick. Right then, they started believing that Anakin was Simon Feck, right? So he gets in big trouble. They get rid of Anakin. During the first strike, the second strike, one of those two, definitely during the second strike. Then the Watch Clown show showed up a little bit later on, right? So then you got the very first person seen in the chat, and the top 3 people seen in the chat was this girl, right? She was in there. And then the clown's got to keep watching and telling people about the Watch Clown thing because he wants people to go to the Watch Clown thing to make traffic go over to Kick, or you have people watch the YouTube channel, Watch Clown, and then he's going to be, I don't know, advertised on there or whatever, right? Did you notice that the Watch Clown thing, as soon as that girl started going live, the Watch Clown thing went down? Because Anakin was doing the Watch Clown. And then Anakin got roped in to working for that girl, ladies and gentlemen. And then Anakin wants to go around and tell those people who Simon Feck is. Then I gave Anakin a few words in there, and then Anakin quit talking to me in the chat. You know what I put in there? I put in the MMA fighting on SBN thing after Anakin's doing that, and then we went back and forth a few times, and I just put in Watch Clown Live, and he stopped talking after that. 15 minutes later, he started talking to the guys again in chat. Never addressed that. I put in there again, Watch Clown Live. He wouldn't respond to it. I could go in deeper and deeper about how it makes sense, 100%. That Watch Clown Live is Anakin, ladies and gentlemen. But we're moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Who knew? I mean, who knew? I don't know, right? No version of Logan is straight, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, over there on that parallel thing, the clown's trying to develop. The clown is trying to develop the clown show again in the PG form, ladies and gentlemen. He's trying to create characters, and he's giving you all a different name if you weren't here earlier. Like Logan's got a whole different name. When he tells stories about Logan, he's given Logan a whole different name. They have a list that's written down, right? But they're Logan over there in the parallel clown show over there on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Logan is actually a straight guy. That's the only difference with the Logan over there. Like the Logan here, he goes out on these IRLs. Like last night, Logan went live last night. He went out on an IRL, and then his IRLs are going out picking up women. But the only problem with Logan's IRLs about going and picking up women is he never picks women up. That's the problem. The Logan J over there on the Parallel Clown Show goes around trying to pick up men in his IRL, ladies and gentlemen. Or he's straight. Or I know I fucked that one up. Okay, who cares? You know? I was too busy talking to musical all day long today, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I talked to musical for a bunch today, ladies and gentlemen. What do we got here? We got Tommy in here doing all kinds of blish splash stuff. I wouldn't clown, to be honest. I would DDT clown, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Absolutely. I'll go with that 100%, ladies and gentlemen. crocheting. That's right. The clown is no gangster, ladies and gentlemen, because gangster, ladies and gentlemen. When gangsters get kicked off of YouTube, ladies and gentlemen, and then they get their second chance, they come back and gangster, ladies and gentlemen. They come back and flash money, ladies and gentlemen, and do stuff like that, right? And wear a mask like this one here, ladies and gentlemen. And wear a hat, ladies and gentlemen, and flash money and gold teeth and everything, right? Gangster's gangster. When they get their second chance, they come back and gangster. The clown comes back and he's crocheting over there, ladies and gentlemen. That clown is a fake, ladies and gentlemen. He ran from you. You were loyal to him all that time over there, and now he's over there playing patty cake. Playing patty cake with Left Bone Larry, ladies and gentlemen. And screw ups. You know, because over there they got to give themselves different names, right? So Drew Ups is screw up over there, ladies and gentlemen. Because that's what he's doing. He's not telling the clown that you got to come back and be true to yourself. The clown, you need to be true. You need to give the fans what the fans want, clown. You're good at being clown. You know why you're failing over there and you're so frustrated over there and you can't get anybody to come, ladies and gentlemen? Making fun of the newcomers coming up because YouTube doesn't give you the time of day, ladies and gentlemen. Those videos like Ronan do, they're basically called faceless, right? YouTube gives you the time of day because it's easily done. It will hold people's attention because you're using photography and video and different things like that. That's none of yours. And then you're telling a little bit of information. When the people click on that video, that's what they want. They want like a documentary or something, like value in never heard before information and things like that. They're in the mood for that, ladies and gentlemen. So it holds people's attention. But also, if nobody is sharing your video, you're going to stay at the 15, 20,000 mark. Simon Feck, I put out videos. Listen to me. I am almost at 500 subs. I put out a video. Yeah, all mine are not good. I understand that. And maybe none of them are. But some of them are kind of good, let's say, right? So if I put a kind of good short out there, right? Before I started getting attention at live, because YouTube doesn't want to give too much exposure of you out there, right? They want to give you what you think or what they think is satisfying to you and enough to keep the drive going and everything. And not to force shitty material, shitty content on people, right? So they got it like, they'll give like 30, 40, when you're scrolling through 30, 40, 50 different things, and then they got a piece of shit one in there. That's me. That's somebody else, right? Now that I've been getting attention on live streams, my shorts, they're the same shorts. They're just not getting as many views because that's what they do. But here's my point. Now listen to me. Your video has to be shared, and then your stuff has to be shared. And when I mean shared, I mean like on WhatsApp and different things like that. Now, my other channel, I could put a kind of good short video out, and I get anywhere from like, let's say 5,000, 6,000 views to like 65,000 views because it's like 75,000 subs. It will show it to more people. But also, if it doesn't get shared, because my big ones, my millions and this and that and everything, my big stuff with millions of views, it's shared through WhatsApp, it's shared through this, it's shared through that, it's shared through that. People look on my other one, they look at what I post to see if they're going to share it on their website. They're going to share it here. They're going to share it here. MMA Guru puts stuff out, and there's people sharing it throughout the world. And it's not just what he puts out right there, boom, on YouTube. YouTube just wants you to have just a little bit. They don't want to put bullshit out to everybody. If you went on YouTube and everything was low level shit like I put out, and like that guy puts out, and that guy puts out, you wouldn't be coming to YouTube. They only suggest us shitty people every once in a while. But I got leverage somewhere else, and they kind of believe in me over there. It's the same fucking bullshit over there, except for I get gratification or fucking whatever the word is, right? I get rewarded over there. Giuliani Argentini. He puts a short out, he gets 65, because he's got 184,000 people. And then YouTube thinks, hey, I'll show this to like, I don't know, 85,000 people. They don't want to show it to all of the, his subs. They'll show it to 85,000 and 60,000 click on it. I got 500 subs here, right? And then we'll get the consultant, right? I already did, sort of, right? And then I got 500 subs. I put something out, and they show it to 125 people. If somebody shares it, then they'll show it to another 35 people. And if somebody else shares it, then they might show it to another 100 people. But it sort of goes like that. And then how long people watch it. Yeah, I understand there's all that stuff. But YouTube is a very unfair game, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm not putting consultant down, but it's the same thing Ronan does. And Leo Cooper, right? I had to help Leo Cooper out, right? I help a lot of people out. But they're all at the same level. You don't get any higher. You know why? I'm gonna tell you what. It's a faceless thing. That's why Jesse on Fire. If Ronan would put his stupid, ugly, long freaking hair and his beard with like ball sack hair on it and everything, if he would put his face out there like Jesse on Fire. But when you do the faceless ones, that's why MMA consultant, my brother-in-law, right? The Filipino brother-in-law that I have, he'll never put his face out there, ladies and gentlemen. Your faceless thing, nobody's going to share it because after a while, right? You watch this thing like this and everything. There's no character to fall in love with or like or whatever like that. Or hate. Well, then we got the clown, right? That's a little bit different. Okay, there's always exceptions, ladies and gentlemen. I've been doing this stuff a long time, ladies and gentlemen. Feck, ladies and gentlemen. Instead of a cream puff, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't been looking at the people, ladies and gentlemen. We got the people, the what's it called? The viewers here, ladies and gentlemen. Brandon Donnick's got a clown thing, ladies and gentlemen. We got a skull, ladies and gentlemen. Tripwire Pope. He's the skull man, ladies and gentlemen. Bro been in the closet, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we're going to talk about useless too, right? And then there's Hank. He's doing a hay thing and everything. Maybe I should start reading these before I click them and talk about them. Hank, I care about your fam. I just want to see Vinny bring you down with them, ladies and gentlemen. Now, see, over there on the Parallel Clown Show over there, their Tripwire Pope guy over there, he would spell him, not with H-E-E-M, ladies and gentlemen. Over there, it's H-I-M over there, ladies and gentlemen, because remember, it's Crochet Clown over there, ladies and gentlemen. PG show, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what's up with these Brit guys, right? Okay. Obviously, Fight Night Frankie was a little bit upset that I had been talking about he never gave me the link. I mean, if you're that butthurt over it, and today Bodak, he's like, I couldn't understand. I'm talking to Musical behind the scenes, right? That's all I'm going to say about that. I was talking to Musical behind the scenes. And then Bodak says he can't tell if Simon Feck is being real or he's just trolling, you know? I mean, what do you think it is? If you can't understand if Simon Feck's being real or trolling, which one do you think it is? So, there you go. So there it is with Fight Night Frankie. I don't know why you got a big fucking butt hurt. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go back and scrape that too. I'm going to go back and scrape that. How fucking babyish that was. I mean, Fight Night Frankie, and he is a baby. Him and his little midget self is actually like a little 8-year-old kid. His size matches. I'm not going to tell you if I was kidding or not because it doesn't matter, right? What I said, that's pussy shit. Getting mad about that. Other people are putting all kinds of bullshit in there. Yeah, it's got to be because I said he wouldn't give me the link. Don't be going around telling me and Douglas Memo that you're going to give us the link and you want us on the show, but never give us the link. Maybe because I called you out on that. Maybe that's why you got butt hurt. Next time you invite Gio on, I'm going to ask Gio if he'll give me the link. And then you better click me on there, Fight Night Frankie. And then the clown was calling you out back there, and you said you were so tough to the clown and everything. This is the internet. You're in your house. Matter of fact, you're even further away. You're in Thailand, but you're in your house usually, right? And then the clown's in Arkansas, ladies and gentlemen. He's probably telling people that he's in Montana right now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure he's not telling people he's from Arkansas anymore, ladies and gentlemen. When the clown does that gay voice of Frankie or whatever he calls it, right? Gay Ray or Gay Ron or whatever like that. Listen, I got friends from Jonesboro, Arkansas. And when he does that, the clown sounds exactly like he's from Jonesboro. They have their own accent there, ladies and gentlemen. That clown sounds exactly like he's from Jonesboro when he does that Gay Ray or whatever it is. But I'm sure the clown's not telling anybody on his parallel show that he's from Arkansas. He's definitely not telling people that he's from Eureka Springs, Arkansas, either. Because Eureka Springs, if you look at like the geography of it, it's very mountainous there, ladies and gentlemen. Not so many people live on flat land there, ladies and gentlemen, with a long driveway. Fight Night Frankie today, man. Oh, man. It's like the British guys, they like stick together and everything. The only reason that like English people even get on the UFC card, ladies and gentlemen, is just for the TV market, ladies and gentlemen. It's not because of their fighting skills, ladies and gentlemen. Because look how tough they are. They get butt hurt because you go on there and you say that the MMA is an American sport, ladies and gentlemen, and he gets fucking butt hurt over it. And that, hey, sorry, you had to use facts because I was just joking around. And then he scolded me, and I said, I'm sorry, I put that in before you said it, because then he didn't read the second one yet. So then I had to put a third one in there, and he got really upset because I said, listen, I already put that comment in there before you said it. And he really went off on that. Listen, Feck, I'm not going to be putting up with this. You're not going to be doing that smoke on here. You want to do that smoke, you go somewhere else. Not on my channel. And meanwhile, that's what he's known for. People going on there trolling him all the time. They got the big rich guy, Mr. Fight Night Frankie. I got so much money, I could turn on my, what is it? You know why? I'll tell you why he doesn't want to turn it on. He's talking about I don't care if I'm losing people, right? Fight night. Here's the reason Fight Night Frankie will not turn his AdSense on or whatever the fuck it's called, right? Monetization. The reason Fight Night Frankie won't turn his monetization on because he doesn't want his name in the system, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? Because of him going around talking about flushing drugs down the toilet, ladies and gentlemen, it's probably not too good for his job, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go around fucking with Simon Feck 1 foot cock, bitch. You know, fucking pussy. Fucking trying to embarrass Simon Feck on the show today, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't say fucking jack shit. You're just mad about that story about the fucking link that you won't give Simon Feck. And I guarantee you won't give the fucking link to Simon Feck anymore, you fucking bitch. I don't care I'm losing people. Maybe I'm losing English people, ladies and gentlemen. All Cam had to do was exist. Yeah, exactly, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, you know, we set it up with glitches, you know, and Vinny was having a hard time. Everything else was extra credit for his application to become an American later on in the near future. That's right. Simon Feck's going off on Fight Night Frankie and he's losing viewers. I don't care, ladies and gentlemen. We got Hank in here. Turn the page, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Bob Seger. Hank knows his music, ladies and gentlemen. Hank knows his history of television, too, ladies and gentlemen. And movies, ladies and gentlemen. And maybe a lot more stuff, too. Hank is like one of those old souls, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. On the road again. That's right. There you go. On the road again. I just can't wait to get on the road again. Oh, yeah, the Bob Seger on the road. That's not what that song's called, though, is it? Turn the page, but okay, that's the lyric. That's right. My God, he says, ladies and gentlemen. The drunk, ladies and gentlemen, talking about Jimmy the drunk with his alt account, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy stumbled upon that alt account, ladies and gentlemen. Sober Jimmy, ladies and gentlemen. No way, ladies and gentlemen. Gasp, ladies and gentlemen. Hank, how did you do on the card yesterday, says A-Chains. Hank did great, ladies and gentlemen. Armin Suzuki, ladies and gentlemen, says Lenario. What about her cameraman cut boyfriend, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. So Nina Drama? He's still there. I guess you didn't really listen to what I said, you know. That Armin Kakazuki or whatever his name is, and Nina Drama are definitely a couple, you know, because they're two people, ladies and gentlemen. Something like that. I forgot what the joke was. There's Brandon Donick talking to A-Chains, ladies and gentlemen. And then this is 10 to 2, says Hank. We got people talking to each other in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Ulysses. We're going to talk about Ulysses here in a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Simon Feck's going down on viewers. I'm good, ladies and gentlemen. Simon Feck. Because Bodak wants to steal everything from Simon Feck, and today he was claiming that he wasn't, ladies and gentlemen. India, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe people were typing in here. This is well far back. Well, I can ask David if he's German. Leonardo, you know who David Panda is? Raymond, ladies and gentlemen. I thought nobody was typing in. I guess they were, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get down here. I see it's CSP in here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get down here near the end. Ark is a coward, says email Melson, ladies and gentlemen. And then his father didn't tell him. Listen to me. His father didn't tell him to go mail something. He didn't say, hey, son, go mail this letter, ladies and gentlemen. Nelson told me that for sure, ladies and gentlemen. Feck mad. That's right. Feck is mad, ladies and gentlemen. Fight Night Frankie, you did me wrong today, dude. I didn't get embarrassed, but yeah, I mean, you tried to embarrass me. And you're talking about flushing shit down the fucking toilet. And that's a bullshit reason that you're coming up with, that you have too much money and you don't need money. You're addicted. You're addicted to this, dude. You're addicted to being a content creator. But yet you won't turn your monetization on because you don't want YouTube to know your name. You don't want your name in the system. One day somebody's going to come across your shit and know who you are. Might as well just turn it on. I mean, your face is out there. I'm not gonna go back there and scrape the video about you talking about flushing drugs down the toilet. Simon Feck doesn't go around flushing fucking drugs down the toilet. Be a man and take them, ladies and gentlemen. Crazy, man. Bob Seger sucks, says Tommy, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Tommy, let me tell you something, Tommy. Why don't you bring that, ladies and gentlemen? Let me talk. I'm going to say a few more things, and then maybe if somebody wants to come on, like CSP and BK and maybe Giuliani or whoever, right? Let me tell you a story about Useless the other day, okay? Useless had a fake crash out, ladies and gentlemen. His crash out is, I know I talked about this last time. His crash out is fake because that's the only way he thinks he's going to get people to pay attention to him, ladies and gentlemen. It was a very smart thing, but how many times are you going to do a fake crash out? It's going to end soon, right? And then he's talking about for somebody to meet him. Useless wants somebody, I don't know, he's somebody, you think you're a tough guy, come meet me at Madison Square Garden. Listen here, Useless. Simon Feck is going to the card. The Madison Square Garden card. Come meet this. You keep calling me an old dude. Come meet me. I'll be there. 3 o'clock, Madison Square Garden. Meet me outside the place. The back where the load-in is. 3 p.m. Madison Square Garden on that card, that UFC card in December, late November, December, whenever it is. I'll be there. You want to go around telling people that Simon Feck's an old man. Well, you'll find out how old Simon Feck is. You want to meet that guy at Madison Square Garden? Why don't you meet Simon Feck at Madison Square Garden? And you better show up. Little pussy boy. All these years in the gym. Because I got to go interview people in the gym at times too, right? And of course they're going to get me in there. Of course I know a few things about fighting. Useless, come meet Simon Feck, Madison Square Gardens, in the back where the load-in is, where they the trucks to bring the stuff in for concerts and stuff. Right there, right in the back. 3 o'clock. Come meet Simon Feck and then say how old Simon Feck is to his face. You just live a couple blocks from there. You and your mommy. Come see Simon Feck, bitch. That's right, Brandon Donick. Light up the chat, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, you go over to Bodak's show today, and this is content. People watching him build a shitty game. Those games are shit, and people go over there and they watch that bullshit. That's content these days, ladies and gentlemen. And they can say, hey, Simon Feck, you ain't doing nothing but fucking talking a bunch of bullshit today. That's right, because I'm pissed. Fight Night Frankie's got all this money and everything, but never been to the United States. You know why? Because they ain't no little tiny people like over in fucking goddamn Thailand and shit. Oh, one day I got to go and visit United States. Why don't you come over here and visit, Frankie? Anywhere in the United States, I'll meet you. Yeah, I go to England and shit like that too. I just don't have plans of going there anytime soon. Why don't you come over here with all that money you got? And why don't you go over why you won't be monetized and tell people that the reason you're not getting monetized is because you don't want your name in the system. Go ahead and explain all that you just are happy doing your hour and a half every fucking day, and getting trolled all day long. And yet, Simon Feck says a couple little tiny bullshit things. It's got to stem from the other day. Send me the fucking link, bitch. And what is it? It's going to be words anyways. There's a difference. Okay, Simon Feck wears a costume, right? Okay. It's just part of the character. It's part of the character about you idiots trying to dock Simon Feck. That is why it's here. For idiots to go around trying to dock Simon Feck when Simon Feck doesn't give a fuck. Okay? There's a difference between me and Clown. Clown doesn't want to be seen. I'll meet Fight Night Frankie anywhere, and let's call it sparring. I'll spar Fight Night Frankie with him and all his training that he has. Useless too. I'm going to meet Useless at Madison Square Garden, unless he tells me he was just joking around with that guy. Big Bad Useless wants to call people to Madison Square Garden, right? Simon, I already know I'm going to be there. When is the Madison Square Garden card? Put that in chat. Is it already up? Maybe it's not up yet. I'll be at that one. I'll be outside for an hour or two. He's not going to be able to say that he didn't see me, ladies and gentlemen. You can walk. I've walked around Madison Square Garden many times. It's a regular size arena, ladies and gentlemen. It's like 6 stories under the ground, ladies and gentlemen, to where I used to go. I used to cover the draft down there. It used to be down there. Now it's in Vegas, ladies and gentlemen. I used to cover a draft there. Only body shots, says Tone K. That's right. Only body shots, ladies and gentlemen. Only body shots with who? With Fight Night Frankie? Or with Useless, or both, ladies and gentlemen? You know? Only body shots. All right, Feck, bet. Oh my God. Let's look at it right here. I'm glad I almost skipped that one, ladies and gentlemen. On accident, right? Because I don't know where I'm at, right? Okay, we're going to make this one as short, right? Ladies and gentlemen, Simon Feck here, ladies and gentlemen. It's on, ladies and gentlemen. At the New York card, ladies and gentlemen. Useless is going to show up. Simon Feck's going to be there. Near the load-in and the load-out of Madison Square Garden right there. There's a little corner piece right there, okay? There's a door right there, okay? And they'll have a couple railings there, and there'll be about 30 or 40 people there before everything gets opened up and everything. They'll be standing there, 3 p.m. Matter of fact, Useless, get there at like 2:30 so I can ragdoll you for a half hour in front of everybody. Before I go in the building at 3 o'clock. Yeah, get there at 2:30. Get there at 2 so you make sure you find me. I'll be there at 2 o'clock as well. You'll see me. Walk around the building. You walk around the building, you won't miss me. I'm the old guy. The old guy that's going to mop that mop that you have on top of your head. That mop is going to mop all of New York City, all of downtown Manhattan, ladies and gentlemen. And why don't you bring your Scully onesie? Why don't you bring your little Scully onesie with the little fucking little horns and shit? Talk about Hank getting tied up in the closet today and never coming out. You and your Scully need to come out of the closet and come down to Madison Square Garden and meet the old guy Feck. See what Doug said back here. I totally won't be hopping out of any bushes, ladies and gentlemen. Only body shots, ladies and gentlemen. Holy shit, says Tone K, ladies and gentlemen. A change, Feck, minus 500, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, man. Look at the two people that I'm going up against, ladies and gentlemen. Number one, Fight Night Frankie's not going to do it, right? You know he's going to fucking bail out. Says he's not afraid of Clown. There's a problem. Clown's not going to show his face, therefore he's not going to fight anybody. What if Useless compliments your hair during the scuffle? You mean my feathers. That's what you mean, my feathers. And he probably would. Any guy that wears pajamas on an MMA live stream, ladies and gentlemen, with like a hoodie that's the Scully character, like this. You know why? Do you know why? This has been on my desk, ladies and gentlemen, since I've been Simon Feck 1 foot cock, ladies and gentlemen. Useless is in love with Simon Feck 1 foot cock, ladies and gentlemen, and let me express that, ladies and gentlemen. He went out and bought a Scully pajama thing, ladies and gentlemen, to impress Simon Feck 1 foot cock. Well, I'm not impressed because I'll tell you what, this is a straight bird right here, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, he's wearing pajamas, ladies and gentlemen. It's embarrassing, ladies and gentlemen. I would be embarrassed. You don't even have to talk about any closets when we're talking about Useless, ladies and gentlemen. He's got a closet the size of, ladies and gentlemen. What if he compliments my hair? That was funny, ladies and gentlemen. You're not getting out of this one, Useless. Simon Feck already mentioned, I'm going to be there at the New York Card, ladies and gentlemen. Get there at 2 o'clock so you don't have an excuse. You can walk that whole building in less than 15 minutes. You'll find me. Just look for the old guy. The old guy that's going to mop your moppy, stupid little freaking, I don't know. What do you got? Like, is that blonde highlights in there? And somebody was saying that you're from like Puerto Rico or something. Hey, there's no El Salvadorians or whatever the hell it is with blonde highlights like that. You're going to have dirty tits, ladies and gentlemen, when I get done with you. England is beneath me. They kiss my boots. Yeah, that's right. Looks like the only good one over there in England happens to be musical MMA, ladies and gentlemen. Get loud, ladies and gentlemen, says Tommy, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling, I know I put the what is it? I know I put that in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Let me pin that. If nobody comes in, I'm good too. I'm good tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Useless going around. You know what? Because nobody watches this show. He's going to be stuck. He's going to be stuck at like 20 people the rest of his life. If you're going to be happy with it, you're not going to go you're not going to get any bigger. You're not going to go anywhere, Useless. And the fake crash outs are only going to last, I don't know, another 1, 2, 3 times. Let me try to pin this. And I don't care if people come in or not. I'm about ready to go off. I'm about ready to see. You know, it's been set to. I'm waiting for somebody to flag it too. Right? It's going to be Fight Night Frankie because he's up now. He's been up. He's up walking around in Thailand. Somebody's going to tell him. He's going to tell him. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see if I can find this thing. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Fight. I mean, useless. Can you imagine that? Right? There's going to be a bird out there fighting a guy in a scully pajama thing at UFC New York City, ladies and gentlemen. There's going to be an old guy out there. Useless says that I must be like 80 years old or something like that. And then Useless playing that video. The joke, when you play that video, Useless, the joke is on you. I hope you realize that. Okay? The joke is on you. There's going to be an old man Dyson up a guy in a scully pajama suit for UFC New York, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be the biggest sensation, ladies and gentlemen, because let me tell you, the UFC is losing popularity. It'll be the best thing. Old man brutalizes a guy, a grown man in a scully pajama thing walking. I mean, it's like in New York City, yeah, there's a bunch of weirdos, right? But there's not a bunch of weirdo pussies in New York City, right? Most people are like weirdos, but you know, they're tough, right? Because they're from New York City. But Useless being from Toronto, ladies and gentlemen, the mean streets of Toronto via El Salvador, ladies and gentlemen. You know, living in his mommy's house, right? You know, unable to handle his drugs, ladies and gentlemen. At least Useless doesn't flush his drugs down the toilet like Fight Night Frankie does, ladies and gentlemen. Fight Night Frankie doesn't want his name in the system, yet he's putting his face out there, ladies and gentlemen. It's crazy. It's so stupid. I mean, eventually, right? Somebody, where he works, ladies and gentlemen, somebody is going to be a fan of the UFC, right? And somebody's going to see him. Yeah, Useless isn't going to show up. You got that right, Douglas. Useless is a big sissy, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, you know, you can just look at the dude, right? And I'm going to say I got a bunch of pounds on him, right? I got a big advantage. I'm going to be way taller than him. We got somebody getting ready to come in, ladies and gentlemen. Way bigger than him. This person's coming in unidentified, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what we're going to get out of this one. Strap on your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully it's Useless.
Hey, Feck.
What's going on, Touch?
Remember that one song by Jay-Z, Encore? You know that song?
Yeah, how old do you think I am, man?
Remember that? Remember that lyric? He goes, "Grand opening, grand closing."
Okay, I don't know.
Oh, grand opening, grand closing.
All right, thanks, Touch. That's Touch right there. So you really can't you really can't you really can't put what is it? Touch is being like a little bit mysterious, and I'll tell you why, right? Because when I first started coming around, hanging around the Discord, right? You know, Touch was in there, right? And Touch was all like Team Feck, right? You know, and then Touch don't come around that much unless there's like a rap battle anymore, right? And then he comes on grand opening and grand closing. I think is he trying to tell me it's time to wrap it up, ladies and gentlemen? Is that what he's saying? Why did he run, ladies and gentlemen? I thought me and Touch were going to be like a show together, ladies and gentlemen, when BK's not around, but I don't know. Guess what? Put in the chat right there what you meant by that, ladies and gentlemen. And then Useless is saying, dude, ladies and gentlemen. Here's Useless. Useless is in love with Simon Feck 1 foot cock. If you go back to the early videos, the very first video, now we're not talking about the one. We're not talking about the one that Useless likes to play on his show, ladies and gentlemen, which the joke's on him when he plays it, okay? This guy's been there the whole time, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know. I don't really want to call Useless like a gay man, ladies and gentlemen. But pretty gay, ladies and gentlemen. We got somebody moving the camera around this, that, and the other thing, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Vinny.
Yeah, what's going on?
Not much. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Everything going good over there, bro? What'd you do today on stream? I missed it.
I don't know. I'm just I don't know what I'm doing. It's like I'm having a hard time, and I'm pissed off about something or something.
Ooh, what's new? What are you pissed off about now? You fighting Useless?
No. Well, yeah. Okay. I was putting that together. Like, what have I been doing the whole time? Am I fighting Useless? No, I haven't been, but I'm gonna. Hey,
Oh, you guys fucking
can you
what?
analyze that for me?
What, the
When
fight
Touch
between you
comes
and
on
Useless?
here and he says grand opening and grand closing, what does that mean?
So I know the song Encore by Jay-Z with Linkin Park. I have no idea where that lyric is, and I've heard it a billion times, dude. I could,
Okay.
dude, I would know where that lyric would be in that song, and I don't know where that lyric is. So
Okay, all right, let's take it as what he just told us, right? So grand opening and grand closing, is that what he's saying? Like maybe he's saying I had a grand opening and now I should have a grand closing, or I had a grand opening meaning my career and then now my career's. I mean, where was he going with it?
the grand opening, it's probably when Giuliano bends him over for his weekly Argeni P visit.
Oh God.
Just look it up.
Okay. Vinny's on here. Vinny's on here talking about my friends, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh God, yeah, birds of a feather. They gotta fucking stick together, huh?
Yeah, see, look at now. My guests are giving me a hard time on here, ladies and gentlemen. He
Have you ever,
just put Simon Feck down, ladies and gentlemen.
have you ever seen somebody smoke caffeine?
No, but I'm sure I'm going to see it here anytime here. Next New York MSG card will be. I'm
That's
watching,
my birthday's November 15th. This is a caffeine vape.
dude. Your internet's messing up again.
It is fuck.
Yeah.
Right now?
Now it's cutting in and out.
Oh, that's gay. It says I have 5 fucking bars, dude. I'll take a picture.
Okay, well, you told me last time. I believe you. I don't. There's like some kind of connection between the two of us that's just not working. I mean, I heard touch the whole time. The next New York MSG card will be sometime in mid-November, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks a lot
I
there,
know.
Tripwire Pope.
Yeah, no, it's November
I'm,
15th. It's always the MSG
okay,
card is always on my birthday every year.
okay, great. Now my phone's gonna start overheating. Okay. Yeah, I mean I go every year. I can't remember. It's weird. I go to so many things. I don't know why I wouldn't know that, but yeah, okay. And there's
Yeah, it's
only
November
one
15th.
MSG, huh?
It's always November 15th.
Okay. Well, how can it be November 15th when every year it's on a different
You're
day?
right. You're right. You're right. You're right. It was November 15th last year, and I think it was November 14th the year before that, and I just thought it was my birthday. You're right.
Yeah.
It's a
Well,
year staggered.
yeah, because like if your birthday is on like yours, if your birthday's on Friday, the next year it's going to be on Saturday. Then it's going to be
Yeah.
on Sunday. Except for leap year, something happens. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, dude, it doesn't make any sense, but I'm on the lunar calendar, so every year we get the same date on the same year. That's why I was thinking that. We only have
Oh,
30
okay.
days. We have
Yeah.
exactly 30 days in the month. The day starts when the sun goes down. You know, on the solar calendar, the day starts somewhere randomly in the middle of the night and it makes no sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, does it?
And there's a bunch of different like months that have different days in the months, like 28 in
Yeah,
February.
that doesn't make sense either.
Dude, and what's even crazier is September means 7, but it's the 8th month, you know? November means 9, but it's the 10th month, right? Or it's actually the 11th month, I'm sorry. December means you know what I'm saying? Like the only one that's actually correct is December and the rest of them don't add up. October is supposed to be 8th, but it's the 10th month.
Okay. All right.
You know
So
what I'm
how
saying?
about I'm with you on all that. How about if I use both calendars and I confront useless on 2 different days?
Hey, nice, dude. You can make them look like a bitch on 2 different dates.
Yeah. Oh,
Uh,
so
so
Tone Loke, Tone K, right? We're talking about rapping a lot here, ladies and gentlemen. And there's only one MSG, so don't come up with the excuse you went to the wrong MSG, useless. Go ahead, Vin.
uh, Oh fuck, dude. I was gonna say, you're getting this fucking date ironed out with Useless, which is really commendable. Why in the fuck is Brandon K and Giuliano not getting their dates ironed out?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you would have to talk to them, obviously, right? I mean,
Been trying.
yeah.
Been trying.
Well, but you know, this dude ain't gonna show up.
Which dude? Useless?
Yeah. Oh, so
Yeah.
you got to tell me that it's Scully and not Scully, right? Yeah. So all right.
It's Sully, which is short for Sullivan.
Yeah, and Sully was the pilot that flew the plane into the river in New York City as well. Yeah.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Captain Sully. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What? I am the captain. Oh, Captain Sully.
It's Sully or something. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
Sully.
you know what? Feck flies straight, boys.
Oh
You know,
God. But we believe him. That's why you
I'm
hang
gonna
on to
fly
Giuliano.
straight to MSG, ladies and gentlemen. And then Eustace is gonna walk from his mommy's apartment in a crooked pattern, ladies and gentlemen, to MSG.
As an Argeni Pete member would.
Costume fight solely useless versus the Feck.
Oh,
That'll be great. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna bring the bird costume, and you bring your little gay little Sully little thing, right?
you're burning the bird.
Yeah. Why not?
Dude, I'm playing a video game about destroying fucking circulating fans. It's like all you do is destroy them.
Okay. Well, that's a better game than Bodak does. Bodak makes a game, and it's nothing as good as that, ladies and gentlemen.
That's
Now,
fact.
see this guy right here. This guy Jared, right? He has he has a Filipino. Believe it or not, that guy looks Chinese, right? Maybe, or
Yeah.
I don't know, Mongolian or something. But that is supposed to be a Filipino guy right there. This
Ooh,
guy right here is MMA consultant.
are you sure?
That's my guess. Because the other day he was talking about this, that, or the other thing. I don't know. And you went away on me. I don't see you anymore. Simon, have you ever sat on any figurines or no?
What about Ariel Hawani's nose?
You're going to tell me about the size of it and everything, and then BK is going to come up next, right? You know, right? Huh?
Beak K?
You're going to tell me about BK next, right?
Oh, of course, dude. Beak K.
Oh, BK. Yeah. Well, listen, me and BK are going places, ladies and gentlemen. Here's useless, bro. There's like a subway under MSG, place bunch of junkies, right? Dude, I know it. I know there's one under there. It's called Union Station or some shit. I don't know what it's called. I've
That's
been there a million
Denver.
times, dude.
That's Denver's Union Station.
Okay, well, I've been there too, right? Okay, so I did a great video there. I got millions of the most views I've ever got, basically, is from Denver. Okay, but
Really?
listen, useless. So what? There's a subway there, right? So now you're going to tell me you wanted to fight a guy there, but now that Simon Feck wants to fight you there, you don't want to go there because there's bums at the subway there underneath the whole thing. It's like 7 stories under. Go ahead, Vinny.
Yeah, we need somebody to deal with bums. BK is great at that. We saw how he dispatched Giuliano. 20 seconds.
Simon Feck going to New York City or no, ladies and gentlemen. So if people missed it the other day, right?
Yeah.
Useless did not crash out about Miles Stoner and the Douglas thing and everything. He crashed out because Simon Feck was picking on him about his pajamas that he wore, right? And this and that, right? So I was doing a couple things against him, and then I described him as a gay man. And then other people were describing him because of the Scully or Soley thing, right? And they were describing him as a gay man too. And he said at one time, and believe it or not, I mean, that's got to be the reason. He said that why is it that when everybody describes me, they always describe me as a gay guy? That's what he said. That's when he freaked out.
Well, I mean, useless. It's because all Spanish men are sus. Not all of them are gay, but all of them are sus. And you know
Okay, listen to me. The Simon Feck show does not agree or disagree or whatever the stupid claim is. Go ahead.
I'm playing a character. No stereotypes or harm to the making of this video, but so yeah, we actually, as like functioning Western society, have long branded all Spanish men as being sus. I mean, like listen to Marlon Moraes speak or Anderson Silva speak. You know what I'm saying? Or any Mexican fighter, they all fucking do that. While Brandon Morales, fucking listen to them speak, dude. You know they're all sus. So it's not your fault, useless. It's just you're born Spanish.
and you wear pajamas on a stream, And yeah, it's just a show. It's just a show,
It's a nice show. It's a gun show now.
Reforming Islam. I don't know who that guy is, ladies and gentlemen. Brandon Donk says, this Reforming Islam guy. Reforming Islam Feck on a roll. Be interesting if you go in.
That's me, okay?
Okay. And then Tone K comes in with, can I ask you something useless? Yay or nay? Are you ready for it? Yay or nay? Yeah, I'm telling you right now, the dude ain't showing up, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? Because you know what? And in my corner, if you bring a corner man, in my corner is going to be John Morgan. And if anything goes wrong, ladies and gentlemen, if he drugs Simon Feck with a needle, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have John Morgan sit on you, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I mean, John Morgan's probably not going to be able to do that. He's probably just going to be like, so useless. What's the feel for this weekend? The only question he knows how to ask. What's the feel? What's the nerves? It's fucking wild.
Okay. He's a pretty nice guy. I like him. Laugh
Okay.
out loud. We could get tickets to Feck and Useless or no.
Yeah, you
Well,
should.
I mean, listen. I mean, if you want the main event, you're going to pay tickets and everything, and you want the main event. If you want to watch a main event that's going to be over in a matter of seconds, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and get the tickets to it, ladies and gentlemen. And there's going to be a no-show too.
Sold.
And nobody that goes around wearing pajamas, grown men wearing pajamas on an MMA fighting, like where the tough guys are, right? Nobody's going to show up and fight Simon Feck 1 foot cock, the old guy. Just keep talking about it, useless.
Especially the guy who wears fucking pajamas on camera.
And it's not even just pajamas. It's pajamas of like a cartoon character.
It's not even a cool cartoon character either. It's like a
No.
small child's cartoon.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even that great of a character, man. I mean,
I'm just kidding, Useless. I love your outfit, dude. I'm just joking.
Useless, were you completely sober during S tier crash out? Be honest with me. Yes or no? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's like he could have been off of his meds. I mean, that could have happened.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think Useless is ever not on something because he's prescribed stuff.
Yeah.
That's
I'm gonna go with that.
That's another Spanish stereotype is they are always prescribed some kind of medication that they have to take at a certain time of day, and they're anal about it.
Okay. Hey, they're anal about it. I got it. And here's another thing. Maybe it wasn't like him being actually creative doing the fake crash out. I think he did I'm starting to think right now, just now. I'm thinking he did the fake crash out to cover up that last crash out.
To make it like to try to fucking normalize it now to
Yeah.
desensitize us.
Yeah, like it really wasn't a real crash out,
He desensitized us. That's what he's doing.
And Jay Beers doesn't know who Fight Night Frankie is, ladies and gentlemen.
Well,
Fight Night Frankie is a guy that likes to visit Thailand. That's all I got to tell you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I used to call him back when I used to know him. I used to call him Flat Night Frankie because of how boring and dull he is. He's a very flat person. He's got one mode and it's slow and uninteresting.
Yeah. I mean, listen. I mean, what he did to me today, it was so. He tried to have me be embarrassed. Is what he did to me today. I wasn't embarrassed at all.
What he do?
I'm going to go back and scrape it because what I put in there. He's butthurt from when I said he won't give me the link. That's all.
Wow. What the fuck, dude? He's so gay. You know what I call him? He's gay as fuck. I call him Fruit Night Frankie. He's gay.
I'm just wondering.
Did you see MMA Musical on KSI?
Yeah, I seen it. Yeah, he sent it to me. Did it send it to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it was great. And we can go back to that. I don't want to change the subject. We can go right back to it. But he mentioned on his stream yesterday that you sent him your written rap.
Yeah.
And then he said it was very talented written, it was great or whatever. He said he was going to read it. I don't know if he ever did. Jared, that's what he claimed.
I don't think he can't read it. I just sent him me doing it because Musical the day before had asked me to hear my rapping to sound. So when I put it to Musical was the first I sent it to because he asked for it. But he can't read it out loud. But if you could read it, you'd be so impressed, dude. The wordplay in there is insane. Like the first line, I said, "What the fuck is that on your moth?" Moth, M-O-T-H. Or no, I said, "What is that above your moth?" M-O-T-H, because his fucking mustache looks like a moth, but mouth is only one letter off. The whole thing is just full of wordplay.
Okay. Now Brandon Donich telling Feck to ban touch. So I actually did. I analyzed it correctly, ladies and gentlemen. grand opening. He probably didn't even mean the grand opening, but what he meant was grand closing. Like, wrap it up, Feck. This sucks balls. That's what he was telling me, I guess, right? And also, he doesn't know, but Simon Feck scraped stuff, ladies and gentlemen. I scraped his famous. I scraped Touch's famous camel toe video, ladies and gentlemen. Keep messing with me, Touch.
Fuck, I should have used that in my diss against Cam. I should have called him Camel Toe. Camel Toe? Cam? That would have been the perfect insult for him, dude.
Oh my God, I was thinking about something else there, ladies and gentlemen.
What?
I'm still thinking about the Touch thing, because last night I was somewhere, right? And then I think he kept coming in and he kept seeing I was there and then he kept leaving and stuff. He's been avoiding me and then one time Brandon says, what do you think about, Feck? And he goes, oh, he's all right. At one time, like the first 2 or 3 streams that I had a while back, that Touch was on, he's like, Feck's great, Feck's this, hey, Feck's live, hey, everybody, Feck, like that. And then I think something was said behind my back, and then somebody warned me about it, basically saying, hey, Touch, what do you think about Feck? And he goes, he's all right. He's on my stream telling me that I'm okay. And then he comes in and does that stuff and everything.
I don't know. I wouldn't read too much into it.
I'm just playing, dude.
It might not be anything you did or anything anybody said. These people have neurochemical imbalances brought on by poor diet, so none of them are mentally stable.
Yeah, there it is, Mr. Touch. He's this big guy that's into health and exercise and all that stuff, and he's not eating right, says Vinny the Guinea, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, even if you're into health and exercise, you're still going to have a primarily cooked food diet. And if you're eating cooked food, it's neurotoxic. Pure acid destroys your neurochemistry. So you're not going to be able to produce feel-good chemicals or get REM sleep. So you're always going to feel and act like shit.
Well, there you go. You heard it from Vinny the Guinea, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Touch is in here, right? And Touch says, don't put any stock in me, meaning him,
I'll put some chicken stock in you. Baste you up real nice, dude. Thanksgiving. Woo-hoo.
It's just a show, Touch. It's just a show, buddy. Touch wants to be mysterious so badly, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, he's been hanging out with Douglas too much. He's becoming an enigma.
Well, Touch comes on, right? And he comes on, he's got to have a baseball hat on, right? And then he's got to have like a blanket around him like he's Yoda or something, ladies and gentlemen,
Yo-Dull is more like it.
Oh my God. Dude, and then one time I was in this Discord, right? And then this guy Touch, right? I'm really not supposed to say, what goes on there, right?
Yeah.
But I'm just gonna say this one, right?
I'm in
Touch. So Touch, right? He's gonna play tennis, right? And he says that his girlfriend's showing up, right? And then he's walking around, and then his girlfriend showed up, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't want to describe what his girlfriend looked like, ladies and gentlemen. His girlfriend looked like she had a penis to me, ladies and gentlemen. I mean,
whoa.
Looked a lot like a dude. I mean, he was serving the ball, and the ball was going over the other side, ladies and gentlemen. And it looked like a dude on the other side. I mean, he did say his girlfriend, he was going to play tennis against his girlfriend. I'm not making any of this up. And then the person across the net from him looked like a dude, ladies and gentlemen.
Touch is playing touch butt. Dab going down.
Yeah, Touch is scared of big audiences, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if Touch comes back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's explain to him. Let him have explained, why he thought Simon Feck was so good, and now Simon Feck sucks balls, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe it's because I don't come on here and talk about Touch. All I do is talk about BK and how great BK is, ladies and gentlemen. And look, I got his #1 enemy left on the internet right here, Vinny the Guinea, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I forgot to read that one. Where does Hunt fit into Simon's anti-England rant? Listen, Simon Feck does not like hunt, ladies and gentlemen. I don't hang around people that have lunch lady arms, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? I hang around people that double Denver dab, ladies and gentlemen.
Nah.
Okay? I hang around people that smoke nicotine, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody's ever smoked nicotine. I heard that today, ladies and gentlemen.
Caffeine.
Oh, it's caffeine, ladies and gentlemen. Simon Feck is still locked in on Fight Night Frankie, and I'm not going to let it go, ladies and gentlemen. Touch is
Dude,
just a show. BK spent 8 hours in mileage, but zero on Fex, ladies and gentlemen. I know, I'm telling you right now, Touch is outdoing BK, but BK, listen, BK, I said Vinny is the best ever in chat, but the most valuable is BK for Simon Fact. BK's in there telling people to chat it up. BK's in there telling people to like and sub, all kinds of stuff like that. Because BK knows the value that Simon Feck is putting something together. Okay, me and this other guy almost had it together. We went ahead with it. We didn't have all the big places in place. Now let me tell you something. Here it is, right? I haven't told anybody this, right?
mm-hmm.
So I went off the road. I still work for these other people. And Jimmy the drunk will tell you this, okay? Because he asked me the question. I told him for real. He said, "When was the last time you went to a UFC event?" This was just before 329 or 339 or whichever the last one I went to, right?
329.
329, yeah. It was a little bit before that, and I gave him the correct answer.
Yeah.
I told these people, I said, look, I've been doing it for years and years and years. The excitement is gone. Well, I haven't done it for a while, so the excitement's back. That gave the excitement. I am back on the road again.
On the road again. Seeing
Okay.
faces that I'll never see again.
So the point is BK knows the value and what I'm putting together, right? BK knows, okay? And Touch. Let me tell you, Touch. I don't know if Touch is like putting a show on because it's just a show, or he's being sincere, ladies and gentlemen. But Touch is going to be crying. He's going to be crying, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up, he keeps playing games, ladies and gentlemen.
Come on, Feck. Feck him up. Have we ever seen any proof that BK isn't bald and that BK has a girl? He's been online for a long time. Can you verify any of those two things?
Well, I mean, one of them. And
Which
then,
one?
I mean, look, I just watched John Travolta in a movie today, right? Oh, I've been to John Travolta's house too. Okay, I got pictures of it. Anybody wants to put some money up that Simon Feck has not been to John Travolta's house? Okay, all right,
What were you,
get
dirty
that out of
dancing
the
with
way,
him?
right? Now listen. So I seen John Travolta today, and he was bold in the movie, ladies and gentlemen. There
Yeah.
you go. Now, the thing about BK is, I'm going to say 100%. Now, it's just a show, right? I should go with what Vinny says. But I seen BK took his beanie off a couple times. He's not bald and not even near bald. Now, as far as the girlfriend thing, I don't have any proof of it. But any guy that's going to go around saying that his girlfriend lives somewhere else and has fun somewhere else, it's probably true. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Vinny. Did I
Probably not.
ruin your
Yeah,
thing?
probably not true. No, that's fine. We can. I know BK's your friend, and he's really good in chat, and I respect him for that. He's a great mod. He's a mod in other people's channels too, so he's doing good work for your page, and I respect it because I like your page too. Let's talk about how the name of the competition was Rap Battle, right? Between me and Cam.
Yeah.
And a rap is a written, performed rap. It's not a freestyle. That's a different thing.
Oh,
So
okay.
I beat Cam in the rap battle, correct?
Okay.
I am
What?
now the winner, and I can call out who I choose, correct?
Okay, absolutely.
I call out Douglas Memo on behalf of 2 different viewers that have been requesting for a long time that I do this, even before the rap battle with Cam, one of them.
Okay, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I'll make the thumbnail. I'll make the thumbnail, and it's going to be your name will be first. Vinny the Guinea versus Douglas Memo, ladies and gentlemen. Now, listen to me. I don't know. I do that. Listen to me a lot now, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. God damn it. I forgot what I was going to say. Okay. Damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I remember. So, musical, I
Mhm.
got it scraped, right? I got it scraped. Musical said yesterday on his stream that you absolutely did win, and he was being sincere, and I'll tell you why.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So if you look at musical stream from yesterday, if you look 1 hour and 15 minutes in, and then it goes for like 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes in and out talking about the thing, right? So if you look at it's 1 hour and 15 minutes into it,
Thank you.
and then he says that the premise or the whatever the rules, it was it was said that there was going to be a freestyle and then there was going to be a written portion. And since Cam didn't write anything, you officially won the whole thing.
Because I
That's what
also
he's.
did a free. Dude,
That's what
Musical
he
is
said.
very smart. He's super. Because I also did the freestyle even through Bad Connection. I still, and I was practicing freestyle as a performance through a shit connection that's making my brain turn off. That was very hard to do. That was blew my high to do that. But Musical is 100% correct, and he should be the judge. He was just on TV doing it for KSI, doing the same
Right.
kind of diss track.
Well, I'm
Musical
going to
gave
be the
me
judge about something else here too.
what?
So right here, Brandon Dominic says, "Hey, Touch, you want to get timed out?" And then Touch says, "Yes, ladies and gentlemen."
Ooh, you should ban him for fucking. You should block him from channel for that.
Okay. Now, Touch knows that Simon Feck's getting ready in a month or 2 or 3 or whatever. I'm not going to tell people when. That I'm going to go and do First Amendment audits, and I guarantee you. Now, it's not a guarantee, right? But to me, it's a guarantee. I guarantee you, and I'm not using this channel, because it's got to start out. This channel's already ruined. This channel, if you go with AI, it says that I barely talk about MMA and it's all inside jokes. So they're not really putting my stuff out there. If I put something out about MMA, now because of these live streams, I've become the inside joke channel. And then
Well,
how do you market that and send that out to people? You
so you,
don't. It's
Simon,
actually hurting me, right?
it's called
So
pigeonholing yourself, and it's
yeah,
really
there you
funny
go.
because you're a
That's
bird.
exactly right. So
Isn't that funny?
I'm gonna use sorry to talk over you. I'm gonna use a different channel for it.
Well, Simon, let me ask you a question. Do you want to be just one bird in a vast sea of other birds? Or do you want to be the only bird doing it, the early bird that's getting the worm? There's another type of audit you can do.
Okay.
The second article auditing, right? The second
Okay.
article of the US Constitution. It says that you cannot have any dereliction of duty inside of your line of work, whether you're the president or in any congressional field. Every single one of our standing congressional representatives is 100% not only in dereliction of duty, but in all sorts of weird policy violations and code violations that anybody that wants to can audit them using the second article and show which subsection, even the president himself is in direct violation of many subsections of the second article that completely allows us to kick them out of power. You could be going to senators, congressmen, and pointing out to them all of the gross crimes that they're doing against the country and how that they should be removed from office because of what they're doing. Audit the people that matter. Instead of cops on an hourly job, audit the people at the top, and then you can change the people at the bottom.
Yeah, okay. I mean, listen, I mean you and I don't know, you and well, you're not gonna agree with that. Giuliani and Cam and everything. You all you guys with the high IQ. Listen, I mean I can't do that. And my whole thing is not really with the cops either. I kind of get pissed about them with the cop thing and everything. But
Well,
mine's going to be a little bit different, right? There's this guy out there called Tua Pre.
yeah, I know
Too.
he's from Florida. I know who he is. The
Yeah,
Indian
yeah,
guy?
he's from Florida. That's
He's
right.
like
Yeah.
Pakistan. He's Pakistani, I think.
Or
He's
Indian. Yeah, he says one and the other, both. Yeah. It's like
yeah.
he says Indian sometimes too.
Yeah, I've been watching him for like 5 years, dude.
Oh, okay. So kind of like him. Now, being funny, right? So Musical wants me to do, instead of a rap thing, he wants me to do a comedian thing, like a comedian battle thing, right?
Yeah, I agree.
So that might get my channel taken down, but who cares, right? But oh god, no, I forgot.
There's actual comedians though, like actual comedian channels
Oh,
that
okay.
that rip Israel all the time.
Okay, so what I was going to say is, right, I know that I'm not like funny, right? Okay, but there's certain things that are too easy to be funny when you're a First Amendment auditor. Like when people are asking you, and it won't be funny to you because I said one thing to Gio and he didn't think it was funny, but I guarantee you when it's on video, it'll be funny. Like people always say, "What are you taping for?" And I'm going to say, "For about an hour." Things like that, right?
Nice. What do you?
I
What
mean,
about taping for the people?
okay, well, I got a lot of things. I don't want to say them all out. I know it won't get anywhere, but it's too. I learned it's too. It doesn't work for me to tell it to people. Like I don't know. Most people don't watch the First Amendment ones, right? Watch it here or don't watch it.
I
But
quit watching them in like 2020. You know,
okay,
they
they're
started.
getting bigger. But so
Yeah.
so the other thing is like there's if these guys would write, they have the same 2 or 3 responses. My thing is I'll have like 30 or 50 responses written down on a clipboard, right?
Have you seen the Potosi? The first auditor Potosi, he's really fluid and has tons of responses back that are really sharp. He like
Okay, well,
short.
how do you spell that?
Battosai. Potosi.
Okay, okay.
It's a really smart black guy. He like brings honor to his people, dude. He's super sharp and witty with it. You could learn a lot.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of weight to him.
Kinda, yeah. The
Yeah,
Potosi.
yeah. Oh, you're right. He does. He has a lot of responses. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're
Dude,
right.
I'm telling you, study that guy. He's really good.
Yeah.
Good. And I can help you with quips and one-liners too. I'm like a genius with it on the spot. If I write, I can make some serious shit. Watch Doug duck the rap battle. Duckless. He's gonna. You've seen Doug rap, haven't you? Seen the music video? He has 2 songs.
No, well, I heard that he has. I don't know.
And
Some.
he acts like a black guy, right? He's gonna duck me in a rap battle. Watch.
Okay, I'm picking up that you're being facetious, right?
No, I think he's gonna duck me. Duckless. I guarantee you, he's not gonna want to. He's not gonna want to do it.
Oh, duck you. Okay, I thought you a dunk.
No, duckless. Yeah, duckless. Because he ducked me on a fight too.
Now Touch is changing his terminology on the grand closing. He's saying that because he didn't know you were coming on, and now you coming on are the grand closing.
In the encore, standing ovation.
somebody named Douglas Schernweil wants to know what's on the floor behind you.
I don't know who he's talking to anyway. It's better not to read shit Douglas says. It's all a waste of time. He smokes like PCP, which has formaldehyde in it and bleached plastic and all kinds of shit. His brain is toast. That's why he's not interesting, and everything you explain to him, he doesn't understand.
Okay. 9 people left from Vinny, ladies and gentlemen.
What?
Now they're trying to say like when Touch came on here when there was only 9 people on here, it did a quick dip and then it came back. But I don't know. They're trying to say that there's no viewers here because you're here. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Numbers plummeted as soon as Vinny hopped on, ladies and gentlemen. from 32 to 13, ladies and gentlemen.
You want to hear my Netanyahu impression?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Satan, it's me, BB. I address Congress. Standing ovation after standing ovation. Oh, don't do that. That's fucking. Don't do. We love it.
Okay, but listen, it takes a second for I don't know, for me to push the button. Bro, what the fuck did he say, ladies and gentlemen? That was from way earlier. Jay Bears is still hanging in there, ladies and gentlemen. They're afraid he's going to rap again, ladies and gentlemen, talking about why they left when you came on. It was unfair. Listen, Vinny.
You want to hear some?
Go ahead, Vinny. Tell me something great, right?
You want to hear some new stuff I wrote?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. He'll be left dead with Nick Fuentes and Jeff F. Stan. I'm a dragon, you're a faggot that I'd bench press. Live by the sword, die by the bomb. I swear to Allah, prey upon every one of these predator palm politicians on belly and palm like a sniper in them. Your safety is gone. I'm Superman meets the hammer of dawn. Headstrong like Cameron, hand drawn. I'm a Samsung. What do you think about that shit?
That's great. I mean, you're spitting it out there, Vinny. I mean, Simon Feck's a Black Crow, okay? So I'm real familiar with rap music, ladies, and some raps,
Because you're black?
Yeah, that's right. Man, you put that together, Vinny. You put that together, Vinny connects to his local gas station, ladies and gentlemen.
He does what?
Oh, you connected to the local gas station Wi-Fi.
You're just close enough, fellas. Just close enough.
Listen, we wanted to have glitches because we had a Bodak theme on that rap, right? Vinny went 5 doors down and borrowed the Wi-Fi from them so it would be shitty, ladies and gentlemen.
Whoops, it's as close as I could get, fellas. I'm sorry about that. Can't get any closer to the Wi-Fi.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It says touch, ladies and gentlemen. Punching myself from Vinny being on, ladies and gentlemen.
Yo, you want to hear another one I wrote?
I mean, yeah, the crowd is asking for it, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead, Vinny.
Hell yeah, nice. My cerebral neuroconductive velocity is possibly an anomaly, anatomically prospering from a prophet seen in Deuteronomy. So properly, Mohammedan, his philosophy has guarded me from Sadducees and Maccabees and casually consume and rancid me. It's all a rip-off government pitfalls, so you won't live long. Stiff arm, vaccines in my system. Philosopher's stone is mercury, purposefully obstructing neurochemistry from physiology of policy to reduce cerebral neuroconductive velocity and belittling the importance of chemistry, even though your body is aqueously operating electronically and hydroponically.
Man, I mean, Vinny, you're a star, yeah?
Appreciate it. Dude, I am surprised nobody said, do you know who Buster Scruggs is?
Yeah, absolutely.
The dude with the mustache, just like Cam. Right, dude? I said you look like after I said waiting an hour for the next bus to come, you look like a young Buster Scruggs who got shot in the nuts and his testosterone never went up. What in the fuck, dude? That's insane.
Well, listen, we got Tone Loke in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, aka Tone K, ladies and gentlemen. He likes to do the wild thing. The wild thing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
What is Vinny playing, ladies and gentlemen? Tone Star, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Vinny, did you know that Cam went to his grandmother's house to have good Wi-Fi on the rack?
He said his Nana's house.
Okay, whatever a Nana is. To me, it's a grandmother.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. But listen to me. So he goes to his grandmother's to get, good Wi-Fi. Yeah. And then he goes into like a second bedroom or, another bedroom. He didn't go in his grandmother's bedroom. So he goes in an unoccupied bedroom, right? And he's doing the rap battle and everything. Well, he walked in there normal. But his grandmother had to butter the door jambs to get his big head through the door to get out.
Oh yeah, Cam actually didn't even get out. He's still stuck in that room to
He's
this
still
day.
stuck in there because his head's so big now.
I said in the beginning of that, I was like, when I was his age and I used to rap with my friends all the time, we used to freestyle like every day, multiple times a day, every time we would smoke weed. So we were super good at it. I could do it all the time, anywhere. Like it was just like a fun little talent I had at parties. But since it's been over a decade since I've done it, I'm fucking rusty at it. I got to practice more.
Not scripting this one any better. Bird is the word, ladies and gentlemen. Says Brandon, ladies and gentlemen. Vinny has the eyes of the future stroke victim, ladies and gentlemen. Says Tommy.
Yeah,
I tell you,
right.
Tommy's really stepped his game up, ladies and gentlemen.
Dude, my eyes have gone I have the eyes of someone who's gone mad with knowledge of the world.
I mean, you're definitely one of the smartest guys around here, Vinny.
Dude, I said you look like Martin Luther tried to pit maneuver Martha Stewart over the bastard child of Adolf Schicklgruber. Dude, this is the sickest little verse right here, I think. I'm a shark and you're in a kayak with one thrash. I'll rip your boat in half and beat your ass with fiberglass back to land. Dude, what do you think about that?
Man, I mean, I was reading chat and I was thinking, man, I'd rather listen to you rap than listen to read this chat.
Yeah, Chad's boring. I know. I have
Yeah,
personality and
I mean,
talent.
look at this. I mean, I'm getting tired of hearing about how great I am, ladies and gentlemen. Feck's the coolest anti-hero since the Joker, ladies and gentlemen. You hear that, ladies and gentlemen? Ain't nobody telling useless. He is nothing other than useless, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? You know?
Yep. Yep. I mean, my
Jared
wife, my wife,
3795. Hello, consultant.
my wife calls me the same thing sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm like, baby, no, my name is Yusuf.
Okay, here's another thing, Vinny. Why I'm going to tell you that's consultant because of some of the things he said. The other thing is like he's never saying that anything about consultant, right? But yet he's trying to use a guy that's sort of. He looks more Mongolian or Chinese than he does, you know, what is it? A Filipino, but that's a Filipino guy. It's consultant.
It's Shenboy, the big penis, not the racist one. Dude, I think that you shouldn't worry about people who come into your chat that you don't immediately know who they are right away. Like I went into Giuliano's chat the other day and said something, and someone's like, Mila's like, is this Vinny? And Giuliano's like, oh yeah, that's Vinny. Because I typed something that only I would be able to type and come up with.
Yeah.
With people that don't have that ability, they don't have personality or talent or anything to them, don't stress those kind of people. They're just weird little fucking obsessed low IQ haters that have no fucking personality or reason to speak. And every time they do, if they're not glazing, it's pointless that they communicate because there's no information that they convey. It's not funny. There's no value to it whatsoever. And it's just people perpetually saying things that don't fucking add up or have any real pertinence in the room whatsoever. So don't stress those people. Consultant is one of them, honestly.
Okay, listen, it's just a show, right? Now, do you think that let's say, I go out, even though I was born this way, right? Let's say I went out and bought a bird mask, right? And then I bought this hat and bought all this stuff, right? And then before I turned the live on for the very first time, you don't think that I wasn't trying to attract trolls or like say, I didn't expect trolls. I didn't expect to be trolled. Okay, so it's like this. I mean, it's a joke on them, right? I mean,
when you use your real face is when you expect to be trolled, like when you don't use your face is when you don't want to be trolled. It's kind of the knock on Clown is that he's afraid of the heat, the same heat that he says that he can withstand. Why don't you just show your face then? If you're really about it, like if you're really that hard, why are you afraid of anybody? Why are you keeping your identity, you know?
do you know what BK's talking about here? Well, I mean Brandon Domick, right? Feck, you see that heavyweight boxer Bleh, bleh. Get beat up in the 6 versus 1 MMA fight, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, of course, dude. Mariusz Pujanowski. Yeah, of
Yeah.
course. He's not really a boxer. He's a lifter, a power lifter. I mean, he has boxed, but like I think he has like 11 fights or something like that, or 10 fights, and he lost to Eddie Hall pretty bad in like 2 seconds or 6 seconds.
I think somebody's liking your beard here, Vinny. Dude killing it with the beard, ladies and gentlemen. Says freeze, ladies and gentlemen.
Well,
John Morgan ain't gonna make it to the fight, ladies and gentlemen, because John Morgan's out of breath just getting to the gate, ladies and gentlemen. You know.
yo,
Listen,
I've never,
I'll be seeing John Morgan here soon. I mean, his company that he does commentary for, they come to Tampa a lot, ladies and gentlemen.
you probably don't have to fly up very high in the sky to see John Morgan because he's so fat.
Okay, but also you could say it in a different way. You could say, yeah, you could fly as high as you can and you're still going to see him.
Yeah, he doesn't disappear from.
Yeah.
We call him the
Complete faggot. I mean, you got this guy in here, this guy, Douglas Schernweil. I think he likes you a lot there, Vinny.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Like
Even
and subscribe. I mean, the value that Brandon Donick does for Simon Feck is tremendous, ladies and gentlemen.
yeah, were you gonna do the joke competition? Because you know I got like 4 hours of jokes.
Okay, listen, I think, yeah, you were on it, right? And then Cam said, hey, why don't you guys do jokes, right? And
Yeah.
then Simon Feck's looking at it like, I got, okay, they're bullshit channels, right? But if I lose this one, I lose a couple other ones too, right? And it seemed to be, the joke thing is pretty scary. Okay.
Why? Wait, to write a joke?
No, it's pretty scary because we're on YouTube. I mean, I could do it over on Kick, right? I mean, but I only get like 5 people over there.
I don't think that because dude, I like all right, dude, the worst joke that's gonna be told is gonna be like about the Rothschilds or something, like in kids. It's like, are you really gonna be ashamed of whatever people would say? Just be like, hey, dude, don't say the N-word in any of your jokes. Don't like openly talk about rape in any of your grape in any of your jokes. You know what I mean? Like just tell them like tell everybody flat out there's rules. We're on YouTube. Don't use these premises or you're gonna get kicked off and lose. Waste everyone's time.
Okay, I'm going to answer the chat, ladies and gentlemen. You got freezing head beers. Can't believe we're in Vegas same time as Feck, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you what J Beers did to Simon Feck, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so I already explained this. I don't know. I'm going to be the clown and re-explain things a million times.
Theatrically.
All right, go back to the other stream and figure it out. But basically, and now I'm still going to explain it, right? It's fucking crazy, man. So I go to one event, and it's the same. There's about 3 different huge security companies there in Vegas, right? And
Yeah.
then, so, they all go with basically the same rules. So, come to find out, I look at the rules for the UFC. They don't really have any. I go and I look for the T-Mobile rules, what you can and can't bring in and stuff. So I look for costume. Yeah, you can come in with a costume, no problem. That's
Yeah.
as far as they go with it. But it doesn't say the rules are you can't walk around with your mask on. You can get once you get to your seat, you can put your mask on. It's because people can't see and shit, right? They might fall and get hurt and they get sued. It didn't tell me that. So then Beers wants me to show up at this event inside of a casino. And I'm like, it's the same security in there, right? So I don't go to that. But there's this thing as Joshua Van. I was going to go to that. And I called Joshua Van's handler. And I said, look, I'm coming this night. I got the okay. I'm in the car. Because I switched from the Luxor. I switched from Luxor to another hotel. I did Luxor for like 2 or 3 days, and then I was a couple days at this other hotel. So I was driving there. I was driving to the Joshua Van thing. And then the event was like from noon to 3, let's say. At 1 o'clock in the middle of the whole thing, I could have already been there. And Jay Beers gets a hold of me and says, "Yeah, we're not going." That's why Jay Beers didn't see me, ladies and gentlemen.
What? That's wild, dude. Hey Simon, why don't you let me write some of the questions for your fighters, dude? I can write some really funny banger questions, dude, that get you a lot of laughs.
Yeah, okay. Well, I got the list. I had 4 fighters last week, which was normally it's like 3 tops, right? But I got 3 fighters this week. I already know who they are. And well, I got them on Friday, who they are, you know.
You should go to one of them instead of in character. You should go Vin character and send me, and I'll fucking, dude, I'll give the best MMA interview of all goddamn time, dude. I'll make so many quips and jokes on the spot, make them laugh. They'll fucking, dude, they'll be dying, cracking up every single, get clips like crazy off that.
You know,
Vinny on MMA fighters, release me on them. Come on, dude.
I mean, somebody finally, besides that one Beers one, somebody finally, everybody's talking about Vinny on here, right? I believe this one's about me. Are you autistic, right? So somebody goes on Musical's uh, stream yesterday after talking about the rap thing and everything, and they asked Musical if I'm autistic. All right, now let me answer that for you, Vinny. Okay, so it's the same thing, right? You guys all, not you, but let's just say you guys, people out there, there's 23 people in here, right? The 23 people in here watching right now are all the same people that probably, because I'm the same too. It's like, why do these people keep asking these stupid questions, right? And I'll tell you why. Because when you ask certain questions, you're not asked back again. You're not when you go to get credentials again. Oh, we're full. We're full. We're full. You know, they give you the brush off. If you ask too crazy of a question, you're not coming back.
Dude, I would not ask a crazy question. Funny, dude. I would make a literal joke out. I would make it so good they would have to laugh repeatedly. Ask Hank. I can come up with clever quips and jokes on the spot, but give me a second to write it out, dude. We're cooking. We're in the money. I'm saying, dude, let me write out just a couple of questions if you like them or not for any of your fighters. I guarantee that you can make them laugh with some of my questions and see for yourself.
But guess what, right? So this is weird, right? There's only so many of us around here, right? And we were going live last week, and Moy's audio shows up in the chat.
He's the guy I think I don't like. Dude, I was mixed. The guy from Gummy Gang that I was saying I didn't like, that's not him. I went to Gummy Gang's channel, and that Mose is cool. That guy?
You mean Moss?
Oh my God, he's Moss? That's the guy from Gummy Gang?
Yeah.
All
And he's
right.
also the guy from the MMA Holes.
Yeah, dude, I'm confused. I thought that was another guy, and I was going in on him on your channel, thinking it was somebody else. And I went to Gummy Gang.
I know. I seen you on there.
Oh, I'm going to make fun of him. And I was like, that's not even the same fucking guy, dude. This is a fucking cool ass dude. What the fuck? I feel like a douchebag ever running my
Exactly.
mouth about him. Oh my
And then
God.
what I told you backstage, we're not going to talk about that right now
We
because
should,
I moved, right, and I still haven't put the studio together. And this was the last stream. I started this stream out saying I'm going to bitch about some people, right, and then I'm not going to do it anymore for a while, right? So I
yeah.
got to do these couple videos, and I'm going to tell a story about Moss, okay? But I got to set this one camera up over here, and then this other camera. It's just a matter of setting 2 cameras up and 2 microphones right here. That's all I got to do. So I'm going to be doing these videos, and I'm going to let the world know what I told you, Vinny. And Vinny can keep a secret because he hasn't told anybody yet, ladies and gentlemen.
Never, 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 never.
Well, it'll be out like next week or something.
Yo, ask
So,
Hank. Ask Hank.
so
Everything. Dude, Hank has shown me just as of yesterday his entire family tree. He trusts me that much. Dude, I would never tell or show his soul or anything. And like, dude, he trusts me so much with like the deepest, darkest of his family secrets. Like, yeah, if you tell me something, it's not going anywhere. You can't get it out of me. My best friends know fucking that you can give me the deepest shit you got, and it's fucking confidential for real.
Okay, so I thought the guy. Thank you. All right, so this guy, I thought he was talking to me, but obviously he's talking to you. Everybody in chat, except for that one question, everything is about you in here, Vinny.
Yeah,
This guy's talking about you being homeless, and he's wondering about like, are you proud when you walk around outside and stuff like that? You know.
yeah, dude, I get hit on so much by girls, even when I'm with my wife, that my wife hits me for it and gets mad at me about it. It happens so frequently. I'm 6'5", dude. What are you talking about? I fucking dress nice when I go out. Big beard, big nice hair. What the
And he
fuck?
goes to oyster bars, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and kava bars too.
We got Douglas Stern Vile in here, ladies and gentlemen. Look, he's actually a mod in here, ladies and gentlemen. It says "Good Lord," ladies and gentlemen. And then Jay Beers is going with the "What the fuck," ladies and gentlemen. And then this Bath character is, and he's got Ark at the end, A-R-K at the end, ladies and gentlemen. Squirrely eyes. He's talking about Vinny again, ladies and gentlemen.
Squirrely eyes is Doug.
Doug, I don't know if he's working two different. Well, I guess you could. You did if you got something side by side and you could work them, but he's working them pretty fast. You know, if he's working two of them, monkey ears, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, listen, these guys are in here. They're in here making fun or being mean to my guests, ladies and gentlemen. hmm wait till I put this thing
Maybe fun
together.
of
We
what?
already put it together once, and that's why I'm going back out on the road again, too, ladies and gentlemen. And Musical knows it, and Vinny knows it, and BK knows it, but Touch doesn't know it. And Touch wants to keep talking about what Touch talks about, ladies and gentlemen.
Isn't
Okay? Touch is going to want to be the big predictions guy. He's going over to Giuliani Argentini's channel, right? And he's getting paid like $70 to do this prediction video over there. And he wants to go around making fun of Simon Feck, 1 foot cock. Yet Simon Feck's going to put together the biggest MMA YouTube show that there's ever been, ladies and gentlemen.
So
It's coming real soon. And
he's getting.
Vinny knows part of the secret.
I'm not telling nobody, dude. Lips sealed shut.
And Hank too. I told you and Hank one
Dude, but the
time.
thing is, Hank is ranked, so is Cam, top 50 on Tapology in the world. And crazy part, nobody's paying him $70 to do a feature and a prediction video, and they're both better. So is Useless. Larry, he's in our community. He's ranked number 2 in the fucking world. We talk to Larry every day in DMs, dude. Like, what the fuck? There's no way that someone's getting paid from our community that isn't one of those four, the 4 best we fucking have. Dude, Touch is nowhere even in the cat. He's not even in the conversation when it comes. I love Touch, but he's not in the conversation of people that should be getting paid by Giuliano, who knows who the best people in the community are picking are. I don't believe that he's getting paid $70. I think Giuliano just owes him from a wager or something like that.
I mean, I like Touch a lot too, but I guess I don't know. Touch doesn't seem to like Simon Feck. Am I live?
Yeah, you're live. It says live for me. Yeah, it does.
Am I live?
Yeah, we live, baby.
No, I don't. Vinny, I don't think you know.
So.
You don't know what it is, do you?
Oh no, I don't.
Okay, all right. Listen. So I got like if you look at you go to Simon Feck, you go into the videos, and I believe I better not say that. It's about 17 minutes long. You go down in the video section, not the live, obviously not the shorts. In the videos, go down, and it says something I'm not talking about right now. And you go down and you look at rabbids, the word rabid, like rabid dog, or it's like rabid actor.
Yeah.
You watch that video because there's a lot of people going around. I didn't make the original video, but but the Am I Live, like you see right here, Am I Live, coming from that, I re-brought it to the public, and everybody's having a good time with it. And when you hear it, you'll see why people say Am I Live.
All
So
right, I'll have to check it out.
yeah, just remember it's like 17 minutes long, and then remember the word rabid.
Rabid. All right, dude. I'll write it down.
Yeah,
God
okay.
willing.
And then
Hey,
see,
dude.
and here's the guy. Here's the guy. One of the two guys. I was somewhere that turned me on to this video, ladies and gentlemen.
Who? What is it?
Obviously, you can't see chat or anything like that.
Uh, nah. I mean, I pulled it up on my phone. Do you want me to?
Well, okay, it doesn't
I
matter.
do
I'll
have
tell you
it.
then.
I
Brand
have it.
Brand Hedonic,
70 bucks.
And another guy that wants to remain anonymous doesn't want. But they turned me on to that video, and the very next day it was so great. The very next day I made a video on it. And also this here laughing my ass off about Yoda because Touch likes to go around looking like Yoda with with a camel toe, ladies and gentlemen. I think Touch, yeah, I think you got it right. Touch wants to be a heel. You know,
Yeah, dude. He wants to touch his heels for Juliana. Camel toe, like fucking Cam. Yo,
ponytail.
yeah.
This guy, this art guy can't get enough of you, man. What does Vinny eat if he don't cook anything? He
Just hot.
eats. He lives on habaneros or whatever the fuck they're called, exclusively, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, for a long time. I just eat like basically I eat like a cup like this. I'll just show you what I fucking have pictures. I just eat a cup that's like maybe like 60, maybe 50, and then in the morning, and then I'll do that again like later, like later in the night.
And then Vinny has a water cup, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see.
Oh yeah, let me get a better picture.
It's like a pixie, like a red cup or something. Yeah, okay. That's like 12 ounces, right?
What
Or is it
cup?
16?
That's a gallon.
That's a gallon cup?
Yeah, dude, I'm 6'5", 6'5", bro. It's huge, as big as it gets.
I'm doing a stream. I mean, I was.
Yo, oh, I challenged the fascists to see who could reload the fastest. The metal clashes, the smoke passes, and I smoked that absent has been to ashes. I went full force on those faggots and stabbed them with amulets I used to slay dragons with covered in passages of black magic manuscripts of inverted Arabic alphabets. What do you think about that?
Man, I'm just sitting here flabbergasted, Vinny.
Right? It sounds so nasty, right?
Yeah.
All right, check this one out, dude.
Well,
This
before
dude,
you do that one, let me read one chat, okay?
read it.
Touch's lady has an eggplant between her legs, ladies and gentlemen. All right, go ahead.
The spirit inside of me violently sticks to silence, and while my ciphers decided lyric sirens and irony, I'll retire entirely without a fire inside of me that in black houses smoke detectors don't beep. Even when feeling terrific, it's my characteristic to go on the temple ballistic and flip shit and rip crucifixes at point blank distance off the necks of Christians for refusing to listen to my writtens. All of one breath. My plight to restore rights to all plant animal life, snuff out dog fights and aerial strikes, and stay with the brothers right would have said on the mic. Sick,
Very,
right?
very good, Vinny. Very good. And no wonder musical thinks that you're talented, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
And
musical.
no wonder musical made it official that you won. And Cam sucks balls. Cam, according to musical, on the rap battle, Cam laid a flat turd, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, dude, Cam even said that I'm better at writing than he is. So he just gave up because he knew it wasn't going to be better. Listen to this one, dude. Let me be
Okay,
direct
hold
for a
on. Let me
second.
read this first.
All right.
Okay, so this Jared guy, right? Feeling froggy, then jump. He's given another clue
It's a
that
Little
that
Wayne
is
song.
MMA called Salted. Go ahead.
He's fucking. It is. Yeah. Feeling froggy than jump.
Yeah.
It's from a Little Wayne song, and it's like a colloquialism.
It's also
Colloquialism.
Clown said it. Feeling froggy, jump, and it's in the thing that you need to watch. I didn't want to give it all away. Okay.
Oh, I'll check it out, dude.
Yeah.
Let me be direct for a second, like an energy weapon, or the amendment that second, or the second election of a man who was mentioned the most with Epstein and still hasn't arrested a damn thing.
Jesus, ladies and gentlemen. I mean,
Sick, right?
yeah, absolutely. It's no question why you won yesterday. I mean, Cam didn't even show up, ladies and gentlemen.
Right,
Not even
dude?
showed up. It's
I
just a
know,
show.
dude.
Yesterday it's just a show. You know.
It's horrifying, dude. Cam should feel terrible about himself for his performance.
But by the way, Touch is a liar, ladies and gentlemen. Feck
uh,
is valuable. Touch is expendable, ladies and gentlemen, says Brand Hedonic, ladies and gentlemen.
Brand hedonic.
Freeze, that's all he claims to eat whenever he's not claiming to go days eating nothing at all, but was caught heating up pork sausage during random and then the daytime, even though he claims he's
I have
Muslim,
you
ladies and
guys.
gentlemen.
So I have cooked food 4 times per year. Like I have a meal 4 times a year. But Islam, Doug's never been to a halal store. He doesn't know that there's halal sausage, and they look all like weird and fucked up, not like regular sausages, which are exactly what I had. They look like hand stuffed sausages. Doug doesn't even know that though, because he's obviously a child, you know.
Okay. Right here, so we got Douglas Sherm Vile
Come
telling you.
on. Let me do a bar instead of Doug's fucking this fucking Sherm rant.
All right, well, you're killing it, Vinny.
He doesn't even want to
You
come on.
you basically beat the biggest and the baddest there is, Cam. I don't know who could go up against you now.
Dude, I'm saying, dude, chat, listen to this bar, dude. This is, it just, I don't know, dude. Tell me that if you've ever heard somebody be this good on the mic. Aha, you follow Paul, kissing walls, settling out for check calls. I'm a Paul, have a fault. Could you possibly spawn in alone, claiming God, but you utterly load every single one of his laws. I should stop up, I'm about to go off in the name of a law. Fiddle another feather from a wing of a Menendez McCall. Scribble another verse, cause I'm raw bone saw through your sin with bars. You're the star that's called to men without laws, lawless and incompetent. You follow Baphomet, Bible bumping bullshit. You haven't read the half of it. A hypocrite praying to a prophet. You lost the plot. You're praying to a man thinking he's God. Hold up. You know the Lord's Prayer or not. That's a lie. Asking from the people of Lot who look hot, sweating as I'm tearing them up. Frauds claiming God, kissing kids in the dark. How the fall could you not think my balls would be exposing these calls before God? You're just a call claiming Islam is wrong. But all you followers are psyop for shaitan. Whether you like it or not, I'm armed like a soldier in Nam, confirming kills with the pen in my palm. These bars shouldn't rhyme or paper, but preface with the name of Allah. They come alive, so you know that I'm right. All right? Rhymes happen every time that I write. Live on the mic. I might flip the tables on these Christians tonight. Full of spite going noses, quoting Moses to the masses tonight. It's hopeless. Psyop, hocus pocus, the emotions can't focus through the permissible potions, posing as I'm roasting every pastor with portents, quoting passages of importance. No roses, just posies, just posies, just pose a serious threat to these posers. Holy shit, dude, I gotta take a breath.
Yeah, please
God damn.
do. Please do. Okay.
All right.
Douglas says he's not even joking, ladies and gentlemen. Vinny, you ducked Cam by pretending your internet was down, says Brand Hedonic.
No, he's not, dude. I sent fucking like 10 pictures to Brandon of my fucking, you guys not even being on my screen. With all my Wi-Fi turned on perfectly, and you guys are not even there. When I was doing the rapping, it literally, like, I didn't know if you were talking or if you guys could hear me or what I was saying, any of that shit. It just, you were all black on screen, and I was speaking and I'm talking, not knowing if you can even fucking hear me.
Okay. And then you got a guy here, from the Gummy Gang, ladies and gentlemen. His name's Jay Beers, right? We already talked about him. He says Cam smoked you, Vinny. But according to Musical says hands down that Vinny won.
Yeah, Jay Beers was saying that during the performance. Jay Beers is like he's like a fucking clinical Muslim hater. Like he hates
Oh,
anybody that's Islamic.
okay. And then you're gonna have to watch the stream. I mean, Brand Hedonic brings up a good point here, and it was brought up over there on the musical channel, the stream yesterday. If you start at 1 hour and 15 minutes in and listen to it for about a half hour or so, there was a point that came up about your sister-in-law and that you're scared of your sister-in-law for some unknown reason.
I don't have a sister-in-law. What the fuck?
Okay, Vinny.
Wait, my sister-in-law? Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's what I was saying, but I'm basically reading, and then I'm also telling you about what I heard over on the musical thing, right?
No,
So,
this is news. This is news to me. I don't have any
okay,
like
well,
issues with
something
it.
like when you left the rap thing, right? You said you had to be quiet because your wife's sister is coming over. So,
Oh, that. Okay. Yeah, yeah. No, she didn't even fucking come, dude. It wasted my time. Yeah, I could have stayed on. But so she keeps bringing fucking Tylenol and like aspirin and fucking NyQuil and things that we don't want or need in by the bottle. So we literally have like 6 or 7 bottles of it built up, and she keeps bringing more, not knowing that nobody's taking it. And we don't. My wife doesn't have the heart to tell her sister to chill out and stop bringing her medicine when she's sick.
do you
So
guys flush it down the toilet like Fight Night Frankie flushes drugs down the toilet in Thailand?
I did, and I was like, this is bad for the water table and it's wasteful. So I'm not gonna do this anymore.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
but I
wait,
get the reference.
I put him in the middle. I'm going to put you back because he's good over here on this side with the comments over here.
Yeah,
Oh,
can I give that performance on your
ooh.
channel that I did? Can I do it like now properly with
Yeah.
like the reverb?
Well, I don't have any of that stuff loaded up right now.
You don't need to, dude. I can just do it fucking right off like what we have here. It's not even a problem.
Well, we do have another guest on right now, but if you want to bust one out, and let's say without music, let's not make it 5 minutes long. 3 minutes is good, right?
Yeah, dude. Nah, the one that, dude. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll do it right now. I'll make it tight.
Okay. And then we'll
Lyrical.
get to our guest here, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead, Vinny. Ladies and gentlemen, round one, Vinny the Guinea. Because you know what I could do is I can edit these together, right? Ladies and gentlemen, and then you could win the first part of it too. But officially,
What? Shut up.
because no, listen, because officially the judge, musical MMA, already crowned you the winner. But you might as well just go ahead and kill Cam even more on the first part. Ladies and gentlemen, Vinny the Guinea versus Cam, first round. Go ahead.
Hell yeah. Thank you. First off, what is that above your mouth? Dr. Seuss swag with a bus pass. Is that an Amber Alert mustache or a Lorax? You speak for the trees when you rap. Nursery rhyme flow, then hookers me idol. Spitting shoey cider, it's to die for. Lyrical cipher, sharpen the scythe for mind size, or is Cam your 5'4" and fail the breath of lies, or had enough, send me some V-Bucks. What, you thought I didn't see you feeding carrots to a bus? You're like Big Nog if Big Nog was 5'1", waiting an hour for the next bus to come. You look like a young Buster Scruggs who got shot in the nuts and his testosterone never went up. You look like Martin Luther tried to pit maneuver Martha Stewart over the bastard child of Adolf Schicklgruber. Professor Utonium in a lab mixed a buzz pass, an Amber Alert mustache, and a Fortnite battle pass. That's how we got Cam ass. I'm a shark and you're in a kayak with one thrash will rip your boat in half and beat your ass with fiberglass back to land. You're a disgrace to the white race. What the fuck is that on your face? Hey guys, look, he lost weight, but Chud the Builder beat the case. Bitch, I'm the Wizard of Oz playing lyrical ping pong with King Kong. Cam never said he had a fight, did he? Hey Cam, would you ever fight P. Diddy? Fought P. Diddy, I'd have to beat me gay thoughts and not get lost on the way to P. Diddy. Who's the final boss? Bitch, I'm a semi-mythical sage. You look like Freddie Mercury before he died from AIDS. Cam just drank a fifth of vodka, dare him to drive? He's the best rapper alive with a BA of 1.5 and the cops light in his eyes. He realized for the rest of his life now he need a ride or we won't arrive. Because he has to fucking walk everywhere.
Okay.
So funny.
Yeah, there you go. And that's the one that you gave to musical.
Yeah, but every time that every time that I would do a punchline like this, I'll plant explosives in your crib, remodel your kitchen, the Islamic edition, blow away your partition. It's a Muslim tradition to cast a fireball as a bearded magician and blow you up from a distance. You taking the bus
Okay.
home, I'm accelerating and
Oh my
decelerating in and
God.
out of the cones. Firestone grip the road as I'm reciting a tome written before you were born in the year 200. Like that. That's what I
Okay,
was doing.
good, very good.
That's what I
Okay,
sent to
look.
musical.
Okay, very good. Look, we got a guest on here. I'm gonna guess that our guest. Oh no, I don't have to guess. I see his name down here. What's up, Shiloh?
Oh no.
Your written raps are ass, Vinny. Cam's
What
so
on
much better
earth?
than you.
What
Cam
can
is
you all right,
miles better than
give
you.
us one bar better?
Everything he's ever done in his life.
Give us
and
one
ever will
bar that you
continue
can
to
find
do.
from yourself or another person that's better. Go.
And unfortunately, that's the way it is, dude. Cam's just fucking better than you, bro. But
Wait, you can't come with an example of any written bar better than what I just did?
we've been having to sit here listening to your shit raps for too long, Vinny. Too long. I wish Cam was here so he could bring some real talent to the table. It's been real dull in
Yeah,
here
right, dude. You're
for the
just a
past
senseless
half
hater. You
hour.
can't even take a dab properly. Nobody's listening to your shit advice or opinions, dude. You're garbage. Shut up. You're like one of Hank's fucking flunkies, dude. You have literally no talent, and you follow me and Hank. You come to all
I
of our
follow
streams and
Hank
our
a little
fanboy. So
bit,
shut
Vinny.
up.
You're a fucking homeless, amphetamine abusing
As
skunk.
the guy with his fucking
Fuck
light
you.
off, fucking, and you're skinny as a fucking branch. You have no muscle on your body, saying that I'm on amphetamines, dude. You look like the
You
kind of
know,
gross,
I've
nasty
never
person to touch a street drug. You do.
reformed my wife's face with brute
Yeah,
force
why don't
before.
you turn on your camera? Can't,
For them
Feck,
better,
you
dude.
want this senseless fucking bullshit on here? This is just like a hate artist. If you want to deal with
I'm
this
giving
weird,
the,
dumb
you know,
shit.
it's you need me here because just
Dude,
Vinny,
you're
it's
120
miserable.
pounds.
Someone's got
Nobody's
to be
ever
here to
needed you
bring
in
you
their
back to
life.
reality, bro.
You're 120 pounds, dude. You're a disgrace to white people everywhere. You've never been needed by anybody, especially a woman, in their entire life.
You know who doesn't need you, Vinny? The fucking girl you're leeching off of and living with right now.
What, that
You
pays
bum.
everything? What are you talking about, dude? You're out of your mind. You're so fucking stupid and talking shit about me for something that's sick, honestly. And here's the problem, buddy.
How do
You
you
can't
live
even
with
turn on your
yourself, bro?
camera, and when you do,
How do you
you
live
have a
with
crack
yourself,
pipe
bro?
in front of you, and you're in a garage every time you turned it on, and you're 120 pounds. And my wife said you look like a crackhead.
I
And
don't
you
give a
do. You have
fuck,
meth mouth.
Vinny.
Your mouth
How
is
do you
all
live with
sunk in. You
yourself,
have
bro?
no teeth. You have no teeth at all. You look horrifying.
Tell everybody, dude. How do you live with yourself?
Dude, you look
With all
like
the
you
things.
Feck. Are you gonna like keep this going? You just said my first and last name.
What happened?
You just said my first and last name, dude. Kick him the fuck out of here.
All right, look, Shiloh, man,
Jesus.
did you just do that, dude?
What a retard.
Are
Now
we
anybody can
serious?
report
Are
you
you
and get
guys
you in
dead
trouble.
ass about this? Suck my cock, Vinny. Vincent's a fucking retard. Meth
Nothing
addict.
but weed charges on my
Fucking
record too, which is
dumbass.
so funny. Hey,
Child
Simon Feck, you're
neglect
not kicking
charges,
him
you
off.
mean, buddy? The child neglect charges?
No, there's no charges.
Can you make me
You're a
a
complete
mod
pussy
so
and
I can
liar.
link them? I'll link the child neglect charges if Feck
Drop
mods
charges.
me, bro.
Listen,
Have
I
nothing to do.
don't need none of that.
Hey,
man.
Simon Feck, what are you doing, bro? I actually don't fucking like you anymore, bro.
Are you
To be
about to
real,
start
are
fucking
you like,
crying,
you have
Vinny?
like a
Are you about
handicap
to
or
start
something?
fucking crying, pussy? Are you gonna cry?
What, dude? Because you have no
Are you
talent,
gonna
personality, and you
cry?
have to resort to dropping personal shit. And
Fucking
Simon Feck has
pussy.
no balls. Are you retarded, Simon? Kick this fucking freak, or I'm never talking to you again for the rest of my fucking life.
Simon, if you don't kick him, I'm gonna leave, bro.
All right,
I'm
get
gonna leave,
recorded,
Simon,
son.
if you don't kick him,
What an idiot.
dude. Simon, if you don't leave, I'm gonna kick him. Oh my god, Simon. Fucking pussy, meth addict, child neglecting, woman beating scum motherfucker. Ladies and gentlemen.
Dude. I mean, listen. So my phone's overheating, right? Here's how I solved that, ladies and gentlemen, right? I solved it. I guess you left too, right? So I got this. This was in ice water, right? So I got this behind here. I can't hear what's going on. I'm catching a little bit here and there. It's not cracking now because I don't. Maybe my voice is cracking. But I mean, everything was cracking. I was sitting there cooling my phone down. Okay. Cooling the phone down. It's cracking. I can't hear what's going on. I hear a guy say, hey, I hear Vinny say, hey, Feck, something about, he's doxing you. And I don't know if I heard it right because my phone is cracking. Okay. Here it is. Here it is. It was full of ice water before. I've been using this trick lately. And then when I need to cool the phone down, I just put it on the back side of the phone and cool it down. And I was in the middle of that process because what I was hearing was nothing but crackling. Okay. And then Vinny's going to go and do all that stuff. Well, I mean, I understand, dude, it's not cool to get doxxed, you know? It's not cool at all. I get that. And don't be coming on here doing that either, Shiloh. Come on, man. If you did it, I mean, Vinny, I'm telling you right now, I didn't hear a first name, I didn't hear a last name, I didn't hear none of them. Now when I go back, maybe I will. And I'm not saying that you're lying either. I'm sure it happened. But I mean, I didn't hear it at all. Not one thing like that. I didn't hear a name at all. All I hear was crackling. I got crackling going on. The phone's overheating. I was cooling it down. Cooling the phone down. Now I don't know. I mean, I could be crackling because I could tell when my phone's crackling when I'm listening to other people. Now I'm not listening to anybody. So maybe it's still crackling. Maybe I didn't cool it down enough. Let's see. I can't believe Feck left the great beers hanging in Vegas. Yeah, I know it, man. What did he say here? I was hungover, Simon. Oh, okay. I mean, that's the way that is. I mean, I wish I would have seen you, but I mean, I'm going to be going to a lot more UFC events, And it was great for a while, too, when it was in Vegas all the time. Now it's everywhere. It's cool to travel to different places, too. I mean, that part, but I can write some of the questions that would get you a lot of laughs, says Shiloh. The guy coming on here trying to dox Vinny, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try not to do that anymore, Shiloh, ladies and gentlemen. These are two of the biggest bullshitters on the net next to Clown and Geo, says Tom, ladies and gentlemen. Jay Beers, this problem is Vinny thinks he's God's gift to everything rapping, looks, skill. Vinny is like a superhero, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, Vinny, like Vinny could be like Stretch Armstrong, ladies and gentlemen. Vinny would be the only human that you could stretch like Stretch Armstrong, ladies and gentlemen. Vinny is bigger and badder than Superman. I mean, everything Vinny does, other humans cannot do, ladies and gentlemen. And let me tell you something. Me and Vinny are going to become the richest men on the planet, ladies and gentlemen. Because when you have a guy that could do telekinesis, ladies and gentlemen, when you have a guy that can do telekinesis, I'm a promoter, right? I'm taking that shit out on the road, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? We're going to be selling out arenas everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get a Nobel Peace Prize, ladies and gentlemen. And Simon Feck went to Sweden, ladies and gentlemen, and went in the museum of the Nobel Peace Prize, ladies and gentlemen. I'm like, one day I'm going to manage a guy that's going to be in here, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to be Vinny the Guinea. All you guys going around making fun of Vinny the Guinea and hating Vinny the Guinea, ladies and gentlemen. But Vinny the Guinea is going to be like, did you ever see the movie Young Frankenstein, ladies and gentlemen? And the Dr. Frankenstein, took the monster Frankenstein on a world tour, ladies and gentlemen, because it was such a marvel, ladies and gentlemen. I'm taking Vinny the Guinea on tour. I'm going to be the richest man in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Vinny's going to be moving people from seat to seat, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Mhm. As a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna get on it. We're gonna buy a broken Lear jet, ladies and gentlemen, to tour. Me and Vinny, we're gonna tour around doing a telekinesis tour. We're gonna buy a broken, because it's cheap when you buy a broken Lear jet, ladies and gentlemen. And Vinny is gonna telekinesis from place to place, ladies and gentlemen. Vinny is going to solve world energy, ladies and gentlemen, at least for travel, ladies and gentlemen. Vinny, we're going to take over travel, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to telekinesis people all over the world, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you that right now, ladies and gentlemen. You think musical guests and musicians, and think of anything on Broadway or anything. Me and Vinny, me as the promoter, taking Vinny around doing real telekinesis, ladies and gentlemen. I'm talking about real telekinesis, not this fake bullshit, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be the richest man on the planet, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, how could I lose? Imagine that, a guy coming to your town doing telekinesis, ladies and gentlemen. And you bring your girl there, right? And Vinny's out there raising your girl's breasts up and down, ladies and gentlemen. Bouncing them around in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. And it's legal too. You know why? Because he's not touching them, ladies and gentlemen. And trust me, when I just said touch, I wasn't talking about touch, because I don't talk about touch anymore, ladies and gentlemen. He even looks like a creep when he stares into the camera the way he does someone call 911, ladies and gentlemen. Now the guy in the parallel world over there on the clown show, ladies and gentlemen, the crochet and clown show over there, that Doug would have just spelled it with the numerals 911, ladies and gentlemen. I flew 10 hours to Vegas just for the opportunity to meet Jay Beers, just saying, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I know Jay Beers. Jay Beers is in the description of the MMA holes, ladies and gentlemen. If you look at the AI description of the MMA holes, it says Jay Beers as one of the mainstays, one of the I don't know what is it, one of the main characters, ladies and gentlemen. A guy in chat is the main character over there at that 136,000 sub channel, ladies and gentlemen, that does 1 million view fight companions from here to there, ladies and gentlemen. Here's Shiloh, ladies and gentlemen. Vinny, your confidence is inspiring, ladies and gentlemen. Vinny, no means no, says Douglas, ladies and gentlemen. Laugh out loud, freeze. I wonder how far I am behind, ladies and gentlemen. Beers, ladies and gentlemen. Twacked out of his mind, ladies and gentlemen. Bro just had a mini meth seizure and interruption, ladies and gentlemen. Did the guy take a dab yet? Says Axel, ladies and gentlemen. Axel, ladies and gentlemen. Also known as Alex. Did I miss it this time or not? Yeah, you missed it. That guy took a dab. The moral compass, ladies and gentlemen. Vinny, ladies and gentlemen. Says Jared. The guy that it's supposed to be The Rock. I met The Rock, ladies and gentlemen. He's not all that nice of a guy, ladies and gentlemen. And then that's another thing, too. When you meet somebody famous, maybe they just had a bad day, I mean, that's possible, too. Because I only met The Rock one time, ladies and gentlemen. Getting Adam and the American Vibes with Vinny. We got Doug doing all this stuff. I don't know. I'm wondering how far I am behind, ladies and gentlemen. What kind of channel is this? It says Wolf of Wallace Street, ladies and gentlemen. What kind of channel? I don't know if you're still in here, ladies and gentlemen. But this is a channel where, I go and I talk about people in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. And I look at you and then I say stuff about you. My name, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Arkansas, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm the biggest and the baddest to ever do it. And nobody tells me what to do, ladies and gentlemen. So, Wolf of Wallace Street, ladies and gentlemen. That is a stupid name. That's what kind of channel this is, ladies and gentlemen. That's a stupid name. $70 says Brandon Donick, ladies and gentlemen. Vinny is a fucking tard, says Shiloh. Don't be coming on and doxing people, though, Shiloh. Why are these two wearing costumes, ladies and gentlemen? I told you this person's going to be an idiot, ladies and gentlemen. This person doesn't know what life is all about, ladies and gentlemen. Here's exactly why Simon Feck is wearing, because they're probably not here anymore. This is exactly why Simon Feck is wearing a mask, ladies and gentlemen. It's because of idiots like this idiot right here, the Wolf, the Wallace Street, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what else they're getting ready to say. Thank you, says the Islam guy, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Vinny, says that. Thank you all, says the Vinny. You know, if you did, and I'm sure you did, Vinny, I'm sorry if you got doxxed or whatever. Is this a cosplay channel? They're both Democrats, right? See, there you go. There's the idiot in the room right there, ladies and gentlemen. This Wolf person, okay? They're coming in here making fun of somebody wearing a mask, supposedly wearing a mask. I was born this way, okay? And then is this a cosplay channel? If you know what cosplay is, you're sort of there, right? Okay? But now you got to put in the both of Democrats. Anybody that goes around with a stupid name like Wolf of Wallace Street, okay? And then they're talking about Democrats. You're an idiot. Why don't you go over to Bodak's show on Tuesday when he talks about politics? Because there's an idiot over there in England that likes to talk about American politics that basically has nothing to do with him, except for the United States is the only country keeping it together, ladies and gentlemen, without controlling the whole world. There's people out there that want to control everything you do. And it's not bad enough here in the United States, the country that has the most laws of anybody in the whole freaking world. They tell you you're free here, but basically you are compared to other countries, right? But it's going to be worse whenever the United States gets taken down. It's fucking over with, dude. And then these guys over in England want to say all this bullshit about everything. You would already be under lock and key if it wasn't for the United States to keep the fucking mouth shut, bitch. There you go. You talk about the 1,000 years or 500 years or 3,000 years or 5,000 years that this world is going to be nothing but a bunch of slavery people, and then something, something turns it around and whatever, if you believe in all that bullshit and everything like that. Well, actually, it's coming. As soon as the United States goes down, it's for mankind. There's going to be a few people that are going to be allowed to do what they want to do. The rest of the people are going to be fucking slaves, bitch. Keep talking your bullshit over there. Bodak, keep talking about the United States and Trump and how bullshit it is over here. Talking about this guy's this Wallace fucking character. Talking about Simon Feck being a fucking Democrat. I wouldn't be caught dead being a motherfucking goddamn Democrat. Okay? I mean, you got to stand up and have some balls because there's people that are jealous of what you have here in the United States. And I'm talking about people that live somewhere else. They're jealous of what you have and they want to come get your shit. Okay? They want your shit. They want to come get your shit. But when they get control of the shit, it's going to turn into shit just like the shit that they got. If you live in the United States, you should respect the United States and try to save the United States because it's fucking saving the world right now. You can say all you fucking want about the United States, right? They're a bunch of bullies and shit, but basically, the United States is using a lot of goddamn resources to keep these motherfuckers back. And you're talking about the Soviet Union and fucking China, bitch. Wait till they get a hold of the country. I mean, the United States. I mean, it's written in stone already. It's gonna fall. And then mankind is going to suck. It's going to suck to be part of mankind in the future after the United States goes down. Here's this fucking fuckface again. Those are Tom McDonald lyrics, ladies and gentlemen. He must be talking about Vinny or something like that. He didn't write that. No kidding. See, that's another thing, too. This Wallace guy, right? This Wallace guy. Everybody knows. Vinny knows that he didn't write that. Vinny puts the shit over the wool over people's eyes. He pulls the wool over people's eyes left and right, ladies and gentlemen. You guys think Vinny is doing, you think Vinny is actually like that. Vinny, it's a 100% character. He said it, he don't say it as much as the clown says it, but Vinny is a character. He's doing that shit on purpose, dude. Vinny is very well calculated. I get it. Maybe you don't get it. This fucking idiot in here, this Wallace Street guy. Vinny knows it's easily enough that he's saying stuff that some people are going to realize that it's not his stuff. I mean, it's so stupid. And when you go ahead and you call it out, that's when you look stupid. There's Hunt going in here. Hunt, listen right here, you know, so Gio, you talk about Shiloh, and then Vinny's saying, hey, you know, this guy's just like doxing me on here. And again, I didn't hear it. My phone was cracking. I haven't yet heard anybody. Maybe I'm still too far behind in chat if I'm cracking or not, right? But Hunt, listen, don't be writing this full coast stuff in here anymore. Come on, man. Don't be doing that on my channel. Just take your full coast shit and put it over on your own channel. Listen, Hunt, you know, I just play around. I like Hunt. Hunt's cool, right? You know, it's like me and him got like this, you know, this cool beef going back and forth. It's great and everything. Just don't type in Fulco anymore around here. I mean, the other guy's got to go around saying, you know, that it's not him and it's not his name and it's a fake name and shit like that. And then, but you got to keep typing it in. Why do you got to keep typing it in? Okay. Go ahead. You know what? I'm going to start typing it in on your channel over there. The channel that your channel's so far in trouble right now, you don't know it. I keep telling you, dude. You got to have purpose for your videos, dude. Your AI videos have to have a plot. And you go ahead and you take your videos and you mark some of them as AI videos. And then they're going to go to you. How come you didn't mark the other one as AI? Because you can't say that you didn't know that you're supposed to mark them as AI. And then you got another video that's not marked as AI. I'm just telling you before you get in trouble, dude. You mark some of them as AI, but most of them you don't. That's when they're going to get pissed at you and fucking get rid of it. Then you're going to say, well, you don't have any kind of like plot to them. And then you won't mark them as AI. You're trying to fool people, okay? And then they won't show it as much when it's AI. It gets fucking shadow banned. But go ahead and lose your channel, you know? And Brandon Donick really likes you there, Hunt. I like you too. Stop putting fucking Fulco in here. Hunt, can you please make Fulco a global sensation, says MMA consultant. Now, this is perfect right here, right? This MMA consultant guy right here. Stop talking about Filipino people. Hey, why don't you stop your racist comments and stop talking about Filipino people and everything like that? Yet he likes the thing right here about this Fulco thing right here. This MMA consultant guy likes talking about this Fulco name, the Fulco name. Keep it up, consultant. You think that's funny, huh? You think that's funny too? All right. I mean, I ain't gonna do nothing about it, but I mean, just keep it up. You'll see what happens, right? I mean, I messed with the guy once, and then I never complained about it because I deserved it. I'm just giving you a warning. And like I never complained about the clown. And I never complained about this person and that person because everything I got, I deserved. Okay? It's no big deal, you know? I deserved it all. But MMA consultant, you keep it up. You're going to get what you deserve, and I'm telling you that. I feel like fucking Father Feck around here. Like nothing but a bunch of idiots around here. You got a guy with a fucking bird mask on, right? Telling people what to do and shit. Keep messing with Giuliani Argentini there, MMA consultant. I mean, your channel's doing good, right? I wouldn't play around with that Fulco name much more. I mean, the dude's getting sick of it. MMA consultant Simon thinks I am you. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Shut this guy up, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if we're still talking about back in the Vinny days, right? The hunt has to have... See, because Simon Feck used to make fun of... or still does make fun of Useless about this right here. And then Useless comes up with this fucking stupid thing, a little add-on to his Scully thing, ladies and gentlemen. Wearing pajamas in the middle of the live stream. Crazy, man. I'd love to have the power consultant, a movie franchise called Fulco. Yeah. Well, Jared, you are indeed not me, says consultant, because consultant is running like 2 chats now, ladies and gentlemen. Laugh aloud, that was terrible. Are we talking about back in the Vinny days, ladies and gentlemen? MMA consultant Simon doesn't buy it. I told him I am Jared. I mean, MMA consultant, when you talk back and forth to yourself in my chat, make it more like believable, ladies and gentlemen. Here we got Freeze. Jay Bears is the man. That's right. Jay Bears is the man, except for like when he has a hangover and then he just ditches the plans with Simon Feck, ladies and gentlemen. You know? I mean, it's not easy walking around in a bird mask in Las Vegas, ladies and gentlemen. You think with all the weirdos there and the people that walk around on the streets like mascots and stuff, but you can't go into places walking around, ladies and gentlemen. And I just didn't feel like taking my costume on and off, like walking around. Now, hey, Jay Beers, how you doing? Let me go over and sit over here. You order me a beer. I'll go over and sit over here and put my costume on in front of everybody. Frankie the Flusher, ladies and gentlemen, says Brandon Hedonic. Brandon Hedonic and Simon Feck are going places, ladies and gentlemen. No more Vinny, please stop. Oh, man, I'm way far behind. Is this a rap channel? I said I would like to. I would like to wrap my fist around your head, Wolfie. Hopefully you're still here. The Vinny fatigue is real, ladies and gentlemen. And then says Jay Beers. And then Simon Feck, right? As soon as Vinny left, we went up to 33 high. It was dwindling down to like 13. I'm looking at the viewers and I'm thinking, holy shit, man. The winner of the rap battle, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the rap battle starts coming on and rapping, ladies and gentlemen, and we lost. We lost 25 viewers, ladies and gentlemen. And now he's gone and we're back up, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that crazy? Holy cow, everybody evacuated. Vinny, I didn't even read that. Exactly. And Vinny says he's never going to talk to me again, ladies and gentlemen. It was great. I wanted Vinny as my closer. I told him that, right? I wanted him as my closer. Come on and give all kinds of bullshit at the end of the night, right? Light up the chat, guys. I know Vinny's raps are painful. Man, I must be real far behind, ladies and gentlemen. 12 left in here. Maybe I should skip forward, ladies and gentlemen. Boo, says Jared. Oh my God, Vinny made the audience leave. Holy cow. Let's move on. It looks like I'm at the bottom, right? We got MMA Cam in here, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the wolf again. Let's hear this bullshit. Bodak show stinks. Yeah. Bodak show stinks. Bodak's show sucks balls, ladies and gentlemen. And so does Ronin. The Ronin MMA show sucks balls too. And then his study, his show prep, his investigations into people. He thought David Panda was German, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, the Bodak show, watching a guy build a video game that is so generic and so glitchy and so bullshit, and the idea sucks balls. There's like nothing to it. It sucks balls. And then for people to sit there and watch him learn how to build the video, that's what I can't understand that part. Bodak's wondering about if Simon Feck's beef with him is real or not, ladies and gentlemen. Come on the show Thursday night, any night. Any night. Simon Feck's got a court date Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. That's the only time I can't make it, ladies and gentlemen. Simon Feck went around and beat somebody's ass, ladies and gentlemen. Got a court date Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe Simon Feck won't be around anymore, ladies and gentlemen. Feck ain't no damn furry, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. You got that right. Brandon Donick knows what's up, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe this is an enticer, ladies and gentlemen. So somehow I got to go to court and prove that it was self-defense, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck Wednesday, Simon Feck. But anyways, I'll take you on any time, Bodak. You went on there with what's his name, Giuliani Argentini, and you're kissing his face at the end. You're talking all this bullshit that you're going to come at Giuliani, and then you went on there and you got worn down by that 28,000 word run-on sentence, and then you had no oomph. Democrats or furries. I really hope we don't get off that kind of vibe, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, no kidding, ladies and gentlemen. Now we just got like an idiot in here. Cam killed it, ladies and gentlemen. Cam, listen to me. Cam, you gotta go into, if you probably heard this already, you gotta go into Musical's stream from yesterday. 1 hour and 15 minutes into it, and listen to what they said about you in there, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Feck's a killer these days, man. Well, I wasn't too happy what Fight Night Frankie did to me today, or tried to do to me. I've been nothing but nice to that guy, right? I mean, when you look at Fight Night Frankie, I mean, to me, growing up, right, as a black crow, ladies and gentlemen, living in Croatia, right? When we looked at people like Fight Night Frankie, we just looked at them like, I don't know, like we used to call it nerd back then, but nerds are cool nowadays because who doesn't like playing video games, But back then, a nerd was somebody that got beat up and shit. And a guy that looks like Fight Night Frankie looks like a guy that got beat up a lot growing up, like a geek. Try pulling that bullshit on me today, man. And then Bodak, it's possible that it's like, it might not be real. Let's just give it that one. It might not be real with Bodak. Maybe I'm just playing. Maybe I like Bodak. But one thing is I don't like Fight Night Frankie. It could be the first person that I don't like around here because of what he did to me today. Did I get my butt hurt? No. But what I did was get mad. And then I didn't realize it then, but it stems from a stream or two before when I said he wouldn't give me the link. That's what it's, because today was nothing. There was nothing there. He had other people in there trolling him. So he's mad about that. And then he had to fake like he liked me for a little bit today, too. So it's real with Fight Night Frankie, right? I don't like that fucking bitch. You're right. You're right, MMA Cam. Any day, Frankie. Of course, I mean, I'm sure I outsize the guy. I mean, it's kind of like unfair, but you know. Let's see. You mess with the Feck, you mess with the beak, ladies and gentlemen. Like and subscribe, mate. That's right, Wolf. We need somebody like you around here. We need somebody with low intelligence around here because we don't have enough of that around here. We don't have enough people with low intelligence around here. You know, I mean, we do have people from England, you know. They all seem to be real smart over there, right? Do nothing but complain about their own country all the time. I haven't heard anybody from England. Is, you know, one person is musical. Musical doesn't go around complaining. But you pick any other person. Well, Hunt doesn't complain either, right? So you got two. All the rest complain about their country. And then they go ahead and they talk about other countries, like the United States. The United States has a big job to fulfill, ladies and gentlemen. It's a fucking chess game, ladies and gentlemen. There's a fortress out there, and it's called the United States. As soon as it's penetrated, and the Chinese wrote a book about it years ago, ladies and gentlemen, slowly kill the United States from within, ladies and gentlemen. And then other people are killing it from within. You kill it from within. You can't walk up to the United States and punch the United States in the face. But you can feed poison to the United States. And without United States, I'm telling you, without United States, it'll be miserable to be a human being. Simon Feck betrayed Vinny. Listen, Vinny is a show. If you haven't, it's just a show, ladies and gentlemen. And the one thing is, yeah, I can understand Vinny getting mad if it was true, right? And I believe him. My phone was cracking. It's probably cracking right now. And right now is about to the point where I'll find out if I am cracking because the phone was overheating, but now I can't hear the phone. You know, somebody's voice coming back. I was cooling the phone down. It was crackling. Showing up 3 hours late. Yeah, this person right here, this girl, right? She's over there yesterday on the musical MMA Fight Companion talking bullshit about MMA Cam over there. This thing goes around and stirs bullshit up everywhere she goes. Everywhere she goes, she's stirring bullshit up, you know? You can't. There's a rule that you can't do certain things to women, ladies and gentlemen. You're not allowed to punch them in the face or anything. It's like there's like laws against that, ladies and gentlemen. And then we're supposed to have a truce, but she can't stop talking about Simon Feck 1 foot cock, ladies and gentlemen, right? She's over there talking about Simon Feck over there on musicals. She talks about Simon Feck over here, over there, on her own channel, over here, over there. Just keep playing around. I keep telling you, I don't know how many warnings there are. I figured out that I was actually having like a war or something with a woman. I was like, holy shit, you know, I got to stop this shit. So I called for like a truce, right? You don't want me to get back on this, I'm telling you. As a matter of fact, yesterday I was having discussions with people. Yesterday. Just keep it up, Marla. Shiloh cooked Vinny. I mean, what is that? That's a controversy thing. That one thing and the other. I mean, where is she at, right? She's one side and then the other. That is nothing but a shit stirrer right there, ladies and gentlemen. And she should know something about, let me tell you something, she should also know something about United States and the role that United States has in the world. That girl knows a lot about that, and I'll tell you, that's a fact that she knows a lot about the role that United States plays throughout the world, ladies and gentlemen. I know for a fact she knows a lot about that. Mila, let BK hold your belly, says the incels. Shiloh really is him. Oh, okay. So Mila's saying that, what is that guy's name? Jared. I mean, it's got to be him. Brandon Domick, ladies and gentlemen. And then normally I don't say this girl's name, right? Because I don't want to say her name. There's like two people I don't say their name. This is one of them. Why was Vinny rapping about Amber Alerts? Was he? That's another thing too, right? So, I mean, you can say whatever you want when you rap, and you can talk about religion and everything like that. But Vinny, when he comes on and he raps and he says stuff about religion, I don't know. He's saying it so fast, I don't know what he's slipping in there, right? But the AI catches it, right? And I told him 2 or 3 streams ago when he was rapping, not the rap battle, but before that, I said, listen, don't be doing that. Don't be doing the religious stuff, because he's slipping stuff in there, you know what I mean. That's not too good for YouTube. So bizarre, says that girl. Father Feck, ladies and gentlemen. I knew when I said that it's going to be one of those things, right? Going to be Father Feck, ladies and gentlemen. There's the MMA Cam, the guy that killed it. The guy Cam killed it, ladies and gentlemen. But Cam has scabs on the side of his head now, ladies and gentlemen. He's having a hard time fitting that head in and through the door jams as he walks around from place to place nowadays, ladies and gentlemen. Cam's got a huge head, ladies and gentlemen. Free says Feck, and he's laughing, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes MMA Cam. Can you give us a teaser on what the Bodak Orange Cat stream is all about? Yeah, I was going to have it today. I was going to do it today, but I switched it because Bodak starting a new job Wednesday, and he said he had to get some sleep. Now, isn't it Sunday night? Bodak has to get sleep for his job tonight, for his job that he's starting Wednesday. So therefore, he couldn't come on my stream tonight. He apologized. And then it's probably not going to be Thursday because it'll be the second night of his new job. It's probably going to be sometime next week, Cam, because then that's about how long he has a job nowadays. It's about 1 week, ladies and gentlemen. The guy changes jobs more. He changes jobs more than Hunt changes his underwear, I've heard, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know. I think there's a girl that told me, but, I don't know. Oh, yeah, so what it's about, Cam, it's going to be about 2 hours long. That's what it's going to be about. Vinny keeps begging Feck for help, ladies and gentlemen, says the Douglas, ladies and gentlemen. Did you wear a costume everywhere or just on this channel? Of course I wear a costume everywhere. I was born this way, ladies and gentlemen. There's no shame. If you call this a costume, right? This is how I identify, right? You call this a costume, right? I walk around everywhere like this. Like, we have a guy who walks around in a Sully pajama set of like the movie Scream Inc., that character. He's a grown man, lives in Manhattan with his mom, or not with his mom, he lives with his mom. Right near Madison Square Garden, and he's going to show up in Madison Square Garden and fight Simon Feck 1 foot cock, ladies and gentlemen. He goes around everywhere too in that little gay costume, ladies and gentlemen. I got you, Simon, says Jay Beers. Here comes this idiot again. Jeez Louise, I just asked a question, dude. Chill. Did you do what Brand Hedonic told you to do? Did you like and subscribe to the channel, ladies and gentlemen? You just asked the question if the guy in the bird mask is a fucking Democrat. Simon Feck, I don't like you anymore. I'm never talking to you again in my entire life, Vinny. Oh my God! You know what I'm reading? That was a classic one right there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm reading this right, so I see Mila Stone, right? Yeah, oh, yeah, it's Mila M. Stone. I remember when she told the clown about the M name and guess what the M stands for and all that stuff. I remember that stream. A lot of classic streams. I wish the clown would come back, even though I hate him, ladies and gentlemen. I wish he would come back, right? And that was a classic one with Mila M. Stone, right? But I'm reading this, right? Because me and Mila had a little bit, like a battle or whatever. I don't know. And when I'm reading it, it seems like she's saying it, right? But then, and then she threw the Vinny on there. Oh my God. That was great. I guess only I felt that one. That was great, man. Oh man. That one got me, ladies and gentlemen. There's Douglas, ladies and gentlemen. Here she comes again. Da Vinciano walked out. Shadow through history repeats itself. Yeah, I mean, that was a classic Vinny, wasn't it? MMA Cam. Shout out from the beers, ladies and gentlemen. And Cam just got me to figure out I seen your 420 thing, right? And then the J beers, and then in Cam's rap. Cam is rapping, coming up freestyling, reading off the chat. By the way, the musical gave, he's like praising you over there, Cam. And then Cam's talking about J beers, and he likes beers and he likes J's, smoking a J. But I seen J beers has 420, so I'm like, yeah, he likes pot, obviously, and beers. I just figured that was his last name. And then I thought his first name started with a J. What an idiot Simon Feck was. After I heard Cam rap about Jay Beers, I'm like, oh my God, Jay Beers makes a lot of sense now, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God. Like and subscribe, says Brandon Dollar. We got Mila M. Stone coming back in here, ladies and gentlemen. Somewhere in here. Vinny had Feck scared. Look, okay, right? So, sometimes you shouldn't go around. You shouldn't go around telling people everything in your life. But Simon Feck's like an open book, right? I mean, look at me. I mean, the clown doesn't put his face on camera, but I certainly do, ladies and gentlemen. I'm like an open book, okay? So what I'm trying to do, you said I was scared. I'm trying to protect my channel. I always buy into the Mila beef and stuff, right? I buy into it all the time, right? Lately, the last 3 or 4 months or however long it's been, I just ignore it, right? So now I'm going here and I'm going to read it because today is like basically the first time I've ever really read chat, right? I said another time or two in a different stream I was going to, but then a panel started. So I never really read it. Today's the first day ever, right? So I'm reading it and I'm like, might as well read the Mila stuff. And I'm feeding right back into Mila. Oh my God. Oh man. She's good, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, will do. Got it. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about going over there 115, yeah. He's unlistenable due to the ladies and gentlemen every 5 words, ladies and gentlemen, says Mila Stoner, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting tired of these Mila Stoner chats, ladies and gentlemen. Get it on, says Mila Stoner, ladies and gentlemen. Ask your friend Douglas if I go around saying, ladies and gentlemen all the time. Like say, let's call it in my real life, ladies and gentlemen. Unlike I don't understand people when they say in their real life, right? When you're an actor, that's still your real life. I hang around a lot of famous people, and that you catch actors and stuff saying it, and then there's other actors think that it's so ridiculous when they say that. What are you saying there, lady? Says Brandon Donick. I see right there. I have my mod watching out after me, ladies and gentlemen. Feck versus the Brits. You got that right. You should have heard what somebody said today about New Zealand today. Okay, who was it? Yeah, it was Bodak. So Bodak today said that New Zealand is the most boring country on the earth. That's what he said today. All I hear is ladies and gentlemen every 5 seconds. I muted the stream. There's a girl that muted the stream, and she's sitting there looking at a guy with a huge pecker on his face, ladies and gentlemen. She's in love with it. I got it screenshotted too, ladies and gentlemen. A while back, Miles Stoner asked me, I gotta be quiet, you do. She said, hey, Feck, can I sit on that beak, ladies and gentlemen? In case, because just like MMA Cam says, my wife is listening through the walls, ladies and gentlemen. God bless the USA, says Tone K, ladies and gentlemen. Tone K, ladies and gentlemen. Tone, listen to me right now. Tone K likes German sausage, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not talking about like in a gay way. I'm talking about like Tone K likes sauerkraut, ladies and gentlemen, and he's going around saying, God bless USA. There's a lot of people in this country that won't say, God bless USA, okay? The best part about it, and then the real scary part about it is, and I'm not going to get into this, ladies and gentlemen. You could take the infrastructure down all you want, ladies and gentlemen, but yet you're not going to take down exactly. All right, let's all get too deep into it, ladies and gentlemen. A-Change taking control, ladies and gentlemen. A-Change in here blocking people and doing shit and getting rid of people, I guess, huh? You don't want the beak, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Oh shit, it's going to get deep, ladies and gentlemen. Tone knows, he says. Here's the Mila M. Stone. God bless America. It's the death of two birds, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. See, Mila knows, ladies and gentlemen. And I know that Mila knows. And I'm glad that she said something like that, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, but you're gonna make A-Change upset again. Freeze, ladies and gentlemen, says that guy. Here comes this guy, the Cage Crow of MMA YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Are you saying that I'm a lot like Mila? Well, Bodak did say that Mila took over the clown show. Mila stole the clown show before the clown even left, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God, man. The big tough guy, right? This girl comes in. And steals his show. Right in front of his face, the big tough guy, right? The rabid dog, ladies and gentlemen. The guy that's over there on the underwater basket weaving show over there, ladies and gentlemen, trying to get an audience. He's over there crocheting, ladies and gentlemen. He's over there on his Sunday school channel, ladies and gentlemen, over there hiding from all his loyal fans, ladies and gentlemen. All the hours you put in for the clown. A lot of us felt sorry for the clown, so we had to sit there and watch the guy so he didn't have a meltdown, ladies and gentlemen. And now he's running from you. He can't put his boots on and die with his boots on, ladies and gentlemen. The big tough guy's running, hiding. He's a yellow belly, ladies and gentlemen. The clown is a yellow belly. He's nothing but a big blowhard, ladies and gentlemen. The clown running a G channel. Maybe it's even PG-13, ladies and gentlemen. He's running a squeaky clean channel over there to nobody. He can't even die with his boots on. I know I just said that, right? He can't be a warrior. Your wounds have been mended. You're back on YouTube. Get on there and do what you do and stop being a pussy. Marla's chilling. I just wanted to time her out for fun. Okay. All right. That's good, right? I just don't want to see what I seen on what was it? Yeah, on Giuliano's channel, right? The other day with Bodak. It was like this guy, and they were timing Brandon K out, and I was getting pissed, right? And then all that was a bunch of bullshit over there. Let's don't have that start anyways like that. But A-Chain's can do whatever he wants. Let the beef commence, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, Mila says Ulysses, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, she's a loser, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'll tell you who's going to be a loser. A loser. Listen, Ulysses and myself. Do you want me to tell you how Ulysses got his name? Ulysses is not a smart man because he says he's going to show up to Madison Square Garden and fight Simon Feck 1 foot cock mid-November. That's not a smart man. The other thing is he wanted his character to be after Ulysses S. Grant, and he spelled Ulysses like this. Boring and weird stream, just a bunch of current and future felons. You know, Mila's streams are one of the best streams ever. And you know who I heard that from? Bodak. The guy that's in love with Mila Stoner. Saying that Mila's so great because she even has quizzes. She kept running the same out of date. And when you have like sports, one guy becomes a champion, then he's not a champion, then he becomes a champion again. And when you're running stuff that's 6 years old, a lot of the questions, the answers were wrong. And she ran it so many times that most of us, Brandon came late to the game. Me and Doug and a couple other people, we heard the same questions. I knew the answers before the question was even read. And then Doug, BK, I think BK was saying, how the hell is Doug, getting ahead of the game and everything, right? How is he answering these things? How is he answering them so quick and everything like that? The very first word that came out of Mila's mouth, I knew the answer to the question because we heard the same ones over and over and over again. And then Brandon comes on the very first time he's ever heard these questions. And I was looking at who was in the game. There possibly was one other person that didn't hear the questions before. There was like 6 people in there. 4 of them knew the answers ahead of time. She kept running the same quiz over and over again, the same 3 or 4 quizzes, and some of the answers were wrong because they were outdated. But Bodak likes Mila Stoner because she has quizzes, and because he has quizzes. So obviously, Mila Stoner is one of the greatest, YouTubers, content people out there. She's one of the best. She has quizzes. She has games. She stole the clown show. She flirts with all these guys that have never had a piece in their whole life, so they go over there. Yeah, Mila's one of the best. And she's the girl that gave you a hard time at school that you couldn't punch her face in, does that stuff. Still playing that game at 24 years old, you know. PDF. We don't need any of that talk in my stream. Why don't you go over to your stream and talk about that fucking bullshit? And here comes Ulysses. Ew, loser. You never know. Let's see what he says here first. Feck stand on business. That's right. I wish Clown comes back so I can him from the internet again, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, so we took care of him, ladies and gentlemen. BK's claiming that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just claiming that I made him crash out and leave like a pussy. That's what I did, ladies and gentlemen. It's crazy, right? Here's MMA Cam again. You and Brandon. No more reporting, please. I'm going to tell you, I don't know who you mean, you and Brandon. Brandon, no more report. Oh, okay. I read it wrong. I was going to say I don't report anybody, ladies and gentlemen. His finger's really itchy, ladies and gentlemen. Miley handle, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, she can't handle it. Here comes Doug, ladies and gentlemen. Why is the crochet thing being referenced? Because what's his name? Hank wanted me to say it. But basically, the clown comes back and he's running a squeaky clean channel, supposedly. The clown is not true to who he is. So what that means the whole time, because he was playing the tough guy, so you could definitely say this, he was not true to himself. It was just a big act, or he's not true to himself now. How can a big tough guy go and run? Stand up and fight. Yeah, I know it's an unfair thing, but you should go down and sink with the ship. He's playing it smart. I get it and everything. I'm with the whole thing. I mean, that's what he has to do. But if he's such a big tough guy, just stick it out. Do what you do. If you're so big and bad, how can you just change and go soft like that? That's what I'm talking about. Here's this idiot again, ladies and gentlemen. The bearded guy that got doxxed might have written those raps in prison. Feck took UFC security and won, ladies and gentlemen. Took on UFC security and won. Almost kind of like twice. I mean, Douglas was there for the other one. I had to use my bird brain on the one me and Douglas were involved in. The one at the Apex, I didn't do anything wrong, so the worst thing that could have been done is like my name got put in like the news for them wrongly arresting me and stuff, right? So that was easy. The deck is stacked in my hand when you're doing the First Amendment audits. As long as you know your business. I mean, the deck is stacked in my favor. That one was easy. But the other one, I had to use my brain. I was like, and then I sort of defied what they told me to do. So then Douglas will tell you, it was no less than 8 police officers that were going to tackle me and Douglas. It was. I think it was somewhere. It could have been somewhere around 11 police officers. And then the clown, when he was explaining the story, he knew exactly what the story was. He heard it. But he had to go and tell the story like saying something about I was faking about the police and everything. Well, I got Douglas with me. Douglas doesn't lie. But they gathered. They got on the horn and they gathered. And they were going to take Simon Feck down. And then Douglas was going to defend me no matter what. Then they were going to take Douglas down. But they gathered 8 to 11 police officers to take a guy down in a bird mask. That showed no signs of aggression, too. I mean, what were they afraid of? I mean, the way I look, right, in this bird mask, right? I know I haven't measured, right? Let's see. I got to be 6'6". I mean, I'm 6'1". I must be like 6'6" looking, sort of, with the hat, right? So, I mean, I guess they were calculating me as a big guy, and Doug's a big dude, too. That was the time when we actually took the police on him. They were ready to pounce. Oh, my God. That's that, ladies and gentlemen. Mila Feck is smashing you right now. Look, I'm telling you, I could go a lot harder on Mila. We did a truce, right? The very next day, I got it straight. She's talking to WMC, and then he starts talking some shit. There's some fucking hair hanging out here, and she's talking some shit, and I think she forgot, right? Because I think she was drunk or something, because she tends to do that. Not like, I mean, I'm not saying anything bad about it. But she might have forgotten. Maybe somebody reminded her. Because she started going off on me the very next day with this big truce thing. But then she stopped, okay, for maybe a month. And then a couple little things and a couple little things and a couple little things. And now she acts like it's not even in place. And again, I told you once already on the stream, you don't want it. I'm telling you. Because if there's no holding back the next time, I told you, you need to stop. Unless you tell me it's just a show. It's just a show, Feck. And I really don't want to deal with you either, okay? Gio's drugged out if he misses a Simon Feck stream. Yeah, or he's sleeping. I mean, he doesn't do it like a certain pattern, right? Sleep pattern. He could be sleeping. And I don't really want to get into that, right? Because Simon Feck did a few things in his life, right? And sometimes I would sleep at, let's call it like days, sort of like Bodak wants to do, right? Bodak wants to sleep from Monday to Wednesday, I guess. Does Hank have a crochet channel that he would recommend or reference me to? Yeah, I mean, today a guy took over his channel and tied Hank up and threw Hank in the closet. And then the guy that took a show over said that Hank will probably never, and in fact will never come out of the closet. So I think the crochet channel is in the closet over there, ladies and gentlemen. That's a good one from Douglas, ladies and gentlemen. Front page review journal, ladies and gentlemen. The People versus Feck, says Brandon Donick, ladies and gentlemen. We're nearing the end here, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming down to Douglas. We even got a selfie with them posturing around us in the tactical assembly fashion. Yeah. I was just getting ready to end the stream, right? But, yeah. I mean, the look of disappointment on their face, too. They wanted to go back to the police station or back to their family, or hopefully it gets in the news, in the media. Let's call it media, right? They wanted it to get in the media that officer so and so and so and so and so and so arrested a guy at an MMA UFC fight, which it wasn't a fight, right? But in a bird costume. They wanted that on their resume. They were smelling it. They wanted it so bad. They wanted it so bad. But Simon Feck and Douglas outsmarted the police like usual. It's weird all the things, like yeah, you know what I'm saying. Another one in the books, ladies and gentlemen. That's another thing. Everybody's stealing shit from Simon Feck, and I got to stay one step ahead of everybody. So we got a new thing coming up, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm not talking about using like an abrupt ending and everything like that. But I'm gonna say like goodbye, but maybe I'm not ending the stream, right? Because this is the very first here. Or let's say a very first in the last few months or so, ladies and gentlemen. But I appreciate everybody coming around, right? And then, do I have to explain myself and tell everybody this is a show? I mean, Bodak can't figure it out. Maybe that's where I want to have it lie, ladies and gentlemen. If you can't figure it out, that's the fun part of it, right? That's the fun part of it, right? So, again, I was talking behind the scenes with Musical today. But Bodak couldn't figure it out. He's like, I don't know if Feck is real or not. He couldn't put it together. But it's real with Fight Night Frankie. Dude, you don't do that to another content creator, Frankie. And all that bullshit that you said about Simon Feck, you liked him. Simon Feck is smart. Everything Simon Feck says, there's always like two things going along with it, which is true. That's what I try to do. It's not easy to do, and I'm not saying I'm smart. But I've been doing it my whole life. I say something, and then there's that meaning, and then there's another meaning. It's always two. Well, you can't be always, but you know what I mean. But so Fight Night Frankie's going around praising Simon Feck for a long time. Oh man, Simon Feck is so smart, and he's this, and he's funny. I every day I wake up and I look at Simon Feck stuff. Every day, oh yeah, I do that. I do all this stuff, man. If I could wipe Simon Feck's ass, I would wipe Simon Feck's ass, but I'm over here in London or whatever, wherever he's at. Everything's Simon Feck. Whenever I show up to his channel, he thinks Simon Feck is the greatest fucking thing, right? And except for when I say I call him on his bullshit, and because he never gave me the link. That's got to be what it was, because today was nothing. There was nothing there. So it is real with Fight Night Frankie. I want to go on his channel one time, and if he doesn't, give me the link or let me on or anything like that, I don't care. Whatever. I'm not going to be watching Fight Night Frankie's bullshit or anything, unless he apologizes and said he had a bad day or he had a hangover or he didn't understand the link thing. Okay, that was another fucking joke, He got a little butt hurt over a stupid joke. He would have gave me the link. But the thing is like, I need to be prepared, like tell me and I'll be there tomorrow. Hey, Feck, you want to come on the stream right now? Maybe I got things going on at my house or I'm this or I'm not home or anything like that. I said I can't do it right now. And then we planned on Sunday 5, 6, 7, 8 times. And that bitch never sent the link. And I was kidding, but it's for real. It's the same thing at the same time. Fight Night Frankie's a little bitch. Unless he apologizes and said he had a bad day. But he's on vacation, banging fucking bitches over there. Supposedly, banging bitches over there in Thailand, flushing drugs down the toilet. And then he wants to go and fuck with Simon Feck 1 foot cock. You know? You know, I'm going to apologize for this statement before I even say it, right? So I'm apologizing right now. Suck my balls, fight night, Frankie, you fucking little bitch.